Welcome back to Game of Theories. Today's adventure asks, what if Jon Snow and Daenerys were both reborn knowing how their story ended and chose to burn the game instead? Before we dive in, do smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The second waking, the ash was still falling when she opened her eyes, and for a moment she believed it had followed her. It hadn't. What drifted down through the high windows was only dust, gold in the morning light, turning slow in the warm air of Illyrio Mapates's manse. Not ash, not the gray snow that had come down over King's Landing while the bells rang and the city screamed and did not stop screaming. Daenerys Targaryen lay on silk sheets in a bed she had not slept in for a lifetime, and she counted. 3 breaths. The plaster ceiling with its painted vines, the scent of lemon and lavender oil, the ones the servants rubbed into her skin before Viserys sold her. A fly walking the rim of a silver ewer. She counted these things as she had once learned to count men and horses, and the days until a supply train failed, because counting was what you did when the ground under a lie needed testing. Everything held. The ceiling did not become the vaulted dark of the throne room. The lemon did not become the stink of burning. She was young. Her hands, when she raised them, were a girl's hands, unscarred, soft at the palm where reins and rope had not yet worn them. There was no weight of a crown she had never worn and no ache in the chest where the knife had gone in. She remembered the knife. She remembered his face above hers, wet and ruined and loving. The mouth she had just kissed, the hand at the small of her back like a lover pulling her clothes, and then the cold pushing up through her ribs and the surprise of it, the pure animal surprise, as though her body had never once considered that it might end. Daenerys lay still and let the memory come all the way through her, because she had learned that running from a thing only taught it to chase. She had burned a city. She had told herself for years afterward, in the long dark that came after the dark, that it had been grief and betrayal, and the drums of her own blood, and all of that was true, and none of it was enough. There had been a moment on the wall of the Red Keep with the bells ringing surrender in her ears and the whole soft city kneeling under her, and she had looked at it and chosen. Not been driven. Chosen. That was the thing she carried, not the fire. The choosing. She sat up. The eggs were on the low table by the balcony, 3 of them in their nest of black velvet, gifts from Illyrio for a wedding not yet held. Green and bronze, cream and gold, black and scarlet. She had held them 1,000 times in another life, before they were anything, when they were only beautiful stones. Now she knew what slept in them. Now she knew the sound they would make when they woke, and the sound the world would make around them, and she had to sit very still for a moment against the pull of it, that old sweet pull, the one that had always whispered that fire was clean. "You're awake," said Viserys from the doorway. "Good. Illyrio wants you bathed and scented before the call comes. Wear the smoke-colored silk. Don't shame me." He stood there in his fine borrowed clothes with his fine thin face. Her brother, the last dragon he liked to call himself, who would be dead before the turn of the year with a crown of molten gold running down his skull. She had watched it happen once and felt nothing, and afterward the nothing had frightened her more than the gold. He was cruel and frightened and small, and he had never once in his life been anything else, and he had no idea that the sister looking back at him had lived a decade past his death. "I'll wear it," Daenerys said. Something in her voice made him pause. He was not clever, but he was an animal for the moods of people who might hurt him, and he had spent his whole life reading the weather of stronger men. For half a heartbeat he looked at her as though he did not recognize the face under the silver hair. "See that you do," he said, and left, and the fear he did not know he had shown went with him. She looked at her hands again. She thought about how many people were still alive this morning who would not survive the years she remembered. Ned Stark, with his head still on his shoulders. His son Rob and the woman his mother, both of whom would die at a wedding table with music playing. The little Stark girls. 500,000 souls in a city she had not yet reached, breathing the ordinary air of an ordinary day, none of them knowing that in a future that had already happened they had been screaming. She had the years back. That was the whole of it, laid flat. She had every year back, and she knew where all the traps were buried, and she knew the one thing that no prophecy and no counselor had ever managed to teach her the first time, which was that the throne was not a prize. It was the trap. It was the deepest trap of all, dug and dressed, and baited so cleverly that a girl could spend her whole life climbing toward it and call the climb a destiny. Not again. She rose and crossed to the balcony and looked out over Pentos, the red tile roofs, the bruised blue line of the sea, the ships. Somewhere east a Khalasar was riding toward this city to look at her like a mare at market. Somewhere far west a boy she had loved and who had killed her was waking, or had woken, into a life he had already lost once. She knew it as surely as she knew her own name. There had been a moment as the knife took her. She had turned it over 10,000 times in the country past death, the place with no time in it, a moment when the dark had not simply closed. It had opened. She had felt herself unspooling toward something vast and patient and old, and in the unspooling she had seen. Not with her eyes. She had seen a tree with a red face weeping red sap, and beyond the tree a boy in the snow, gray-eyed, looking straight back at her across a distance that had no miles in it. And she had understood, in the wordless language of dreams, that he was being sent back too, and that he knew she was there, and that whatever hand was doing this had decided they would carry the knowledge together or not at all. Daenerys pressed her palm flat against her breastbone, over the place where there was no wound, and held it there until the wanting to weep passed through her and was gone. She did not weep. She had done all her weeping in a life that no longer existed. Then she went to draw her own bath, before the servants could, because a woman who could still do a plain thing with her own two hands had not yet given herself entirely to being a queen. Winter came into the yard at Winterfell as gray light and the smell of cold iron, and Jon Snow stood in it, breathing, alive, and did not move for a very long time. Rob had thrown a snowball at his head and missed. The sound of it striking the wall behind him was what had brought Jon fully back, a soft thud, snow packing against old stone, and he had turned by instinct, ducking a thing already thrown, and Rob was laughing at him, red-cheeked, 14 and whole and stupid with life, and Theon was leaning on the rail with that grin he would wear right up until Winterfell burned under him. "You've gone soft in the head," Rob called. "Woke up dreaming, did you?" Jon looked at his brother. His half-brother, they had all said then, and he had believed it, and he had bled for the believing. He knew better now. He knew whose son he was. He knew the tower in Dorne and the bed of blood, and the promise a dying woman had pulled out of her brother while the world came down. He knew a great many things standing in this yard that a boy of 18 had no way of knowing, and the largest of them was this, that Robb Stark had 2 years to live and would spend them well and die badly, and that everything, turned on the choices being made this ordinary gray morning. Dreaming, Jon agreed. His voice came out steady. That surprised him more than the yard did. Something like the direwolf pups. He'd forgotten how small they had been. Ghost was a white handful of warmth against his ribs, tucked into his jerkin, the runt, the one nobody had wanted, the one with the red eyes and the silence. Jon put his hand over the little skull and felt the heartbeat under it, quick as a bird's, and something in his own chest that had been iron for a long time gave a little. He had killed her. He made himself hold the fact by the grip and not the edge, as a man keeps a blade he means to use. He had loved her, and she had burned a city of children, and he had put a knife in her heart while he kissed her. And then he had carried her body up out of the ash and watched a dragon melt the throne she died for and never take her. and then they had sent him back to the cold, and he had gone north of the wall and never come south again, because there was nothing in the south for a man who had done what he had done. That was the life he woke from. This was the life he woke into. The two lay over each other like tracing paper, and where the lines crossed, the crossing hurt. Jon, Ned Stark's voice. His father crossed the yard toward him, and there was the whole ruin of it, walking, breathing, gray and solemn and good, and about to make every mistake in order. Eddard Stark, who would ride south because his king asked him and his honor allowed him no other road, and lose his head on the steps of a sept for the crime of being the only honest man in a nest of murderers. Jon had been at the wall when the raven came. He remembered the color the world had gone. "Father," Jon said, and had to stop, because the word came up out of him with a decade of grief attached to it. And grief was a thing he had promised himself, in the country past death, that he would spend better this time. Ned looked at him. Eddard Stark had a way of measuring a man with his eyes that made the man feel weighed and, more rarely, found sufficient. "You look like you've seen the old gods themselves," he said. "Maybe I have," Jon said. He had, in a manner. There had been the tree. He had died in the snow past the wall, an old man, and the dark had come, and instead of closing it had opened onto a heart tree with a face weeping red. And beyond the tree, a woman with hair like poured silver, violet eyes, looking straight at him across a nothing that had no north or south in it. Dead a decade in his reckoning, and there she was, whole, young, and awake in the same fashion he was about to be awake, carrying it all. He had felt her recognize him. He had felt the thing that was doing this, whatever it was, the red god or the old gods or the cold, indifferent turning of the world itself, weigh the two of them and decide. Send them back knowing. Let them choose again. That had been the sentence without words. That had been the whole of the mercy if it was mercy, and the whole of the cruelty if it was that. "Come inside," Ned said. "You're gray as a corpse and it's cold enough to crack stone. Whatever it was, a fire and a meal will mend it." "No," Jon said, and the word came out with more weight than a refusal of breakfast should carry, so he softened it. "In a moment. I want to walk the wall a while first. Clear my head." Ned studied him one heartbeat longer, then nodded, because Eddard Stark had always known when a man needed the cold more than the hearth. He turned and went, and Jon watched him go, this good doomed man, and made the first decision of his second life, which was that Eddard Stark was not going to die on the steps of the great sept of Baelor. He did not yet know how. He knew almost everything about what was coming and almost nothing about how to bend it, and he had learned, the hard way, in 100 councils and 2 wars and a long night, that knowing what would happen was a blade with no handle. You could cut yourself worse with foreknowledge than with ignorance if you grabbed it wrong. The future he remembered was not a map. It was a warning. Every move he made would change the ground, and the more he changed it, the less his memory would be worth. And there would come a day, there always came a day, when he had spent all his prophecy and had to fight blind like every other man. But he had 2 years before the raven came. He had allies who did not yet know they were his. And he had, somewhere across the whole width of the world, in a manse in Pentos smelling of lemon and lavender, a woman who remembered the bells. Jon climbed the wall of the inner yard and stood looking north, toward the true wall he could not see, 300 leagues of it, and beyond it the thing that all the Game of Thrones had been too busy to notice until it was almost too late. The Night King had a name in no book. He had come once with winter at his back and near ended the world, and the lords of the South had spent those same years cutting each other's throats over a chair. Jon had watched good men die of that stupidity. He had died of it himself in the end, in a manner of speaking. 2 enemies then, the one behind the wall and the one behind the throne, and he had learned at the cost of everything that they were the same enemy wearing 2 masks, and that the mask shaped like a chair had killed more of the people he loved than the one made of ice ever had. Ghost squirmed against his chest and made a sound, the only sound he ever made, a kind of breath. Jon looked down at the red eyes. "Right," he said quietly. "We do it differently." He touched his own chest, over the sternum, where in another life the knives of his own sworn brothers had gone in one after another while they said the words, "For the watch, for the watch, for the watch." The flesh was whole. He would spend a long time in the years to come, touching that place without meaning to, as a man's tongue finds the gap of a pulled tooth. He knew that about himself already. He had a long acquaintance with the man he was going to have to be. Below him the yard filled up with the ordinary noise of a great house at morning. A blacksmith's hammer. A dog. Bran, small and fearless and 8 years old, scaling the broken tower he would fall from because a golden man and his sister would throw him. And everything, all of it, the wars and the winter and the ash, would roll out from that fall like water from a cracked jug. Jon watched Bran climb and thought, not that either. He kept no ledger of it. He simply held the fall and the tower and the date behind his teeth, and started down toward the yard to be near his brother, because the first trap was already being laid this very season, and he meant to be standing in the right place when it sprang. By midday Daenerys had bathed and dressed and let the handmaid Dory oil her hair, and she had spent the whole of it thinking, in the cold, clear fashion she had learned in a war tent, about leverage. She had 4 things. She had the eggs, which were worth a kingdom to men who did not know what they were, and worth the world to the one woman who did. She had a brother who was easy to steer because he was ruled by fear and vanity in equal measure, and had never once suspected her of a mind. She had a marriage coming that had, the first time, made her a queen of a savage nation and cost her a husband, a son unborn, and the last of her innocence. And she had a memory that stretched 30 years into a future no one else could see. The first time, she had gone into the marriage a terrified child and come out of it slowly, a woman who could rule. She would not throw that away. Drogo was not a monster, whatever the fear of him said. He was a hard man of a hard people, and she had loved him, in the strange, fierce fashion you love the sea that nearly drowns you. But she remembered the road that came after, the grass sea, the sickness of the Khalasar, the witch, the pyre. She remembered a child she would not name even in her own head, because naming him opened a wound that had never truly closed. She would not lose him this time. That was a promise she made to the balcony and the sea and the 3 stone eggs, and she made it without a single tear, which was how she knew she meant it. There was a knock, soft, and Illyrio's steward brought word that the call would come at dusk to look at her, and that the master wished her to walk the garden so the call's bloodriders might report on her grace. She sent back her thanks and her obedience, and when the steward had gone she stood a moment at the polished bronze mirror and looked at the girl in it, 16 or so, slight, pale, with the whole weight of a dead empire on a neck too thin to carry it. She had been so young. She had never once been allowed to be young. "All right," she told the girl in the bronze. "We won't waste it this time." That night she did what she had done the first time, because some moves could not be skipped without breaking the board. She let herself be presented. She walked the garden under the fat foreign moon and felt the eyes of the Khalasar's men on her, and when Khal Drogo came, immense and silent on his blood-bay stallion with the bells in his long braid, she looked up at him without the fear she had worn the first time, and she saw him take note of its absence. He rode away without a word, which she remembered too. Silence from Drogo had never meant absence of interest. It had meant the opposite. Viserys was waving his hands, hissing that she had done something wrong, that she had looked at the call like an equal, that a slave girl knew better. Daenerys let him hiss. She had learned long ago that the fastest way to lose an argument with a frightened man was to have it. But in the dark of her chamber after, she took up the black egg with the scarlet whorls, the one that was Dragon, and she held it against her cheek, and she let herself, for the space of 10 heartbeats and no more, feel the whole of it. The grief for a life she had already lived and lost, the horror of the thing she had done on the wall above the bells, the strange, terrible gift of being handed it all back with the ending crossed out. 10 heartbeats. Then she set the egg down because a woman who let herself feel a thing longer than she had decided to feel it was a woman who would burn a city over it. She thought of the gray-eyed boy in the snow. She did not know his name yet. The vision had not carried names, only faces and the certainty under them. But she knew what he was to her, in the tangle of the life that had been. He had been her blood and her heart and her murderer in that order, and the last time she had seen his face it had been over her, ruined with love, driving the knife home for the good of a world that had thanked him by exiling him past the edge of it. She did not know yet whether she could forgive him. She knew she needed him. That would have to be enough to build on. She had built kingdoms on less. Daenerys crossed to the writing table Illyrio kept stocked for a princess who could not read half the tongues of the men who would court her, and she took up a reed pen, and she began, in the careful hand of a girl who had once been taught letters by a septo in Bravos, to make a list, not of ships or soldiers, of dates, of names, of the exact order in which the world was going to try to kill everyone she needed alive so that she could get to each trap before it closed. At the top of the list she wrote one word in the round Valyrian glyph that meant a great many things at once: surrender, a tolling, an ending. The word for bells. She looked at it a while. Then she folded the paper small and put it against her skin, under the silk, over the place where a knife had once gone in and would not, she had decided, ever go in again. Far to the west, in the dark before dawn, Jon Snow could not sleep, and did not try. He sat in the first keep with a stub of candle and the door barred, and he wrote too, though he was more careful than she was, because a bastard's papers were read by anyone who cared to, and a bastard's secrets were a cheap coin in a great house. He wrote in the shorthand the stewards of the watch used for supply, which looked like a boy practicing his sums, and under the sums he hid the only 3 things that mattered. First, the dead were real, and they were coming, and the whole of the game to the south was a fire in a house that did not know a flood was on the way. Second, the traps of the game were laid on a schedule he could recite in his sleep. Jon Arryn was already dead, poisoned, and the false trail his widow had laid pointed at the Lannisters, and Ned would follow it south like a hound on a bad scent, straight into Cersei's teeth. Bran would fall this season. Robert would die of a boar and a wineskin. Ned would kneel on the steps of Baelor's September. Robb would be crowned and betrayed. And through all of it, 2 men would move quietly at the edges, the eunuch with his little birds and the clever, quiet man with the mockingbird pin, who had loved Catelyn Stark badly enough to burn 7 kingdoms for the wound of it. Littlefinger. Jon underlined that name twice in the cipher and thought hard. Third and last and hardest. He could not fix it by warning anyone. He had learned this in the country past death, turning his failures over like a man turning stones to find what lived beneath them. If he went to Ned and said, "The Queen murdered Jon Arryn. Do not go south," Ned would ask how a bastard boy of the Watch's age came to know the secret hearts of the great, and Jon would have no answer that did not sound like madness. And the one thing a doomed honorable man would not do was change his course on the word of a boy who could not explain himself. Foreknowledge shouted was foreknowledge wasted. He had shouted the truth about the dead to a whole continent once with a white in a box to prove it, and they had squabbled over precedents while the ice closed in. So he would not shout. He would arrange. He would put the right people in the right places and let them find the truths themselves in an order they could believe. It was slower. It was surer. He had all the patience of a man who had already died of impatience once. He blew out the candle before it could gutter and sat in the dark, and he thought of her. He did not know her name here in the flesh, though he knew it in the memory, a name he had loved to say, and had not said aloud since the day he carried her out of the ash. Across the world she was awake and remembering, and the same hand that had sent him back had sent her, and the same tree had shown them each other, which meant the thing that had done this wanted them working together or thought it amusing to watch them try. There was a great deal Jon did not know. He did not know if she hated him. He would not have blamed her. He had loved her and killed her, and the killing had been right, and being right had never once made a thing hurt less. He did not know if the two of them together could bend a future that had already broken them both. He did not know if the dead could be beaten a season early, or the game unmade without another war, or a city of 500,000 saved by two people who between them owned a handful of stone eggs and a runt wolf and the ghost of a plan. He knew this. He knew that the last time they had each been alone. She on her wall of fire and he in his snow, alone, and the loneliness had been the crack that all the poison ran into. And this time, from the very first waking, they were not. Jon stood in the dark and put his hand once more over his breastbone, over the whole flesh, and made himself a colder promise than the one he had made in the yard. Not just that Ned would live, not just that Bran would not fall, that Robb would not kneel to a fray blade, that the dead would meet Dragonglass a year before they meant to. He promised that whatever the thing was that had turned the two of them into pieces on a board, the crown, the prophecy, the whole vast machine that took people who only wanted to do right and ground them into monsters or corpses, he would not simply beat it at its own game. He would break the game. He and the woman in the east who remembered the bells. They would take the board and turn it over and scatter the pieces, and let the great lords howl. Outside, the first gray of morning came up over the walls of Winterfell, and a raven called once from the rookery, and somewhere in the guest house, a golden queen who had already killed one hand of the king slept beside her brother the king with no idea that two of the smallest pieces on her board had woken up knowing the whole game. Ghost padded out of the shadows and pressed against Jon's leg, warm, silent, waiting. "Come on, then," Jon said. "We've a long road, you and I, let's start it." He unbarred the door and went down to find his father, and to begin. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2. As we remember, Jon Snow spent 3 days learning the shape of a murder that had not happened yet. He knew the day. He knew the tower, the broken one on the east side of the first keep, the one the small folk called haunted and the boys called a challenge. Its stones furred with old ivy and worn smooth by 100 years of nothing but weather. He knew the hour, more or less, because he remembered the color of the light in the story as it had been told to him a lifetime after the fact, standing in a war camp with men who spoke of Bran's fall as men speak of the day the gods first turned their faces from a house. Mid-morning, the royal party 3 days into their visit, the great folk hunting or drinking or abed, the yard half empty. What Jon did not have was proof he could put in another man's hand. That was the whole trouble with knowing things. He could not go to his father and say the queen lies with her brother and their children are bastards born of it, and Bran is going to see it, and Jaime Lannister is going to throw him from a window for the seeing. Ned would have looked at him and seen a fever, or worse, a boy repeating some poison he had overheard, and Ned's first act would have been to send him from the room and his second to trust the Lannisters a little more out of shame at the slander. So Jon did not talk. He watched and he arranged, and on the third morning he was at the base of the broken tower before the light was good, sitting in the long grass with Ghost against his side, and a coil of soft hemp rope he had drawn from the stores under a false line in the ledger, and he waited for a boy to climb. He heard Bran before he saw him. 8 years old and quiet as a cat when he wanted to be, and utterly without quiet when he didn't. humming to himself. The scuff of small boots finding holds his father had forbidden him 100 times. Jon watched the little shape go up the ivy hand over hand, fearless, brilliant, doomed in a world Jon had left behind, and he moved to stand directly under the high broken window without letting himself be seen from above. Time went strange, as it did before a fight. Jon had learned to live inside that stretched moment. He heard, faintly, the murmur of two voices from inside the tower where two people who should not have been alone together had gone to be alone, and he heard the murmur stop, and he heard a child's startled cry, and then a man's voice, light and pleasant and cold as a bare blade, saying a thing Jon had heard reported once and never forgotten. "The things I do for love." Bran came out of the window backward and falling, and Jon was already moving. He did not try to catch a falling child in his arms. He had seen men break their spines that way. He had rope. He had thrown the free end over the stub of a fallen beam that jutted from the tower's wound the night before, and rigged it slack and coiled. And now he hauled, and the rope did not stop Bran, but it turned him, spilled the straight killing drop into a scraping tumble down the last body length of ivy and old mortar, and Jon took the rest with his own shoulder and his own braced legs, and the two of them went down together into the grass in a tangle of rope and boy and white wolf, and Bran was screaming. Alive, screaming, both his legs whole under him, screaming because he was 8 and had just been thrown out a window by a golden knight, and not because he would never walk again. "You're all right," Jon said into his brother's hair, holding him hard, feeling the small frame shake. "You're all right, I have you, look at me, you're whole, you're on the ground, you're safe." Above them, at the high broken window, a face looked down, golden, handsome, blank the way a man goes blank when a plan has failed in front of a witness. Jaime Lannister looked down at a bastard of Winterfell holding the brother he had just tried to murder, and Jon Snow looked back up at the Kingslayer and let him see, plainly, that he had been seen. Neither said a word. There was nothing to say that would not be a mistake. Jaime's head withdrew from the window, and Jon carried Bran down toward the keep, shouting for the Maester. And inside the shout he was as cold and clear as still water, because he had just changed the world, and now the world was going to change back at him, and he had perhaps a day to decide how. Bran remembered. That was the first thing that went differently. He was bruised and wrenched and terrified, but his mind was his own, and by evening, when the fright had bled off into the flat quiet that comes after, he told his father what he had seen in the tower, haltingly, the queen and her brother tangled, and then the fall. Ned Stark listened to his son with a face gone gray and old, and did not disbelieve him, because Bran was 8 and could not have invented the thing he described, and because Ned Stark had spent his whole life learning that the worst of what he suspected was usually true. Jon watched his father receive it. He had positioned himself for that too, at the door, present, the brother who had pulled Bran from the air, a right to be in the room that no one would question. He watched Ned's honor and Ned's love go to war behind Ned's eyes, and he understood, standing there, that he had solved the smaller problem and made the larger one worse. A living whole Bran was a witness. And a witness to the Queen's secret was a thing the Queen would kill a castle to erase. That night Jon went to his father alone in the small hours, and did the thing he had planned for 3 days. "Bran won't be safe here while they're under this roof," Jon said, "and you can't accuse the Queen. You've a boy's word and a bastard's, and they've the King's love and 1,000 swords, and if you speak it aloud in this castle you'll be dead before the moon turns, and Bran with you." Ned looked at him for a long moment. "You've thought about this." "I've done nothing but think about it." That at least was true in every life Jon had lived. Send Bran away, not south. There's nothing in the south but their teeth. Send him to the wall with me, to Uncle Benjen, where a Lannister blade can't follow without every man of the watch knowing it came. Say he's gone to Foster with the Night's Watch's stewards, say anything. Just get him behind the ice. It was not a perfect plan. There were no perfect plans. Jon had buried the last of his belief in those a long time ago, in the snow. But it moved a piece off the board that the enemy needed, and it put Bran somewhere the others. Greenseer had once found him and made him into something more than a boy, and Jon meant to reach that place first, this time, and see what could be done with it that did not cost his brother his legs and his childhood and his name. Ned did not agree that night. Ned Stark never did anything the first time it was said to him. But Jon saw the thought take root, and he saw his father look at him with something new in it, a question, the beginning of the question that would matter most. How does my bastard son come to think like a man who has already lost? Where did you learn to lay a rope like that? Ned asked at the door. To be under that tower at that hour. I dreamed it, Jon said, which was the only true answer he had and was also a lie, and Ned Stark, who had spent 18 years keeping a secret about a dead sister and a living son, knew a man guarding a truth when he saw one, and let it lie. In Pentos the wedding came as it had to. Daenerys had decided, in the cold accounting she made of everything now, that this was a thing she could not skip. The alliance with the Dothraki was the seed of everything she had built the first time, and everything she meant to build was larger. So she went to it clear-eyed, a grown woman in a girl's body wearing a girl's fear like a borrowed cloak. And when it was done and the Khalasar had ridden and drunk and coupled and killed under the open sky in the manner of their marriages, and Drogo took her down to the water at dusk, she looked at the great silent man who would be her husband, and did the one thing she had not been able to do the first time, at 13, terrified out of her wits. She spoke to him. No, she said, in the little Dothraki she had when his hands moved, and then because the word alone was a cliff, not there, not like a mare, here, her own hand on her own breastbone. Look at me. Drogo went still. No woman of his people would have said it, and no slave girl would have dared. And for a moment the whole of him was a held blade, and Daenerys, who had ridden through worse than an angry call, held his black eyes and did not look away. She had learned, in a life he would never know she'd lived, that Drogo respected exactly one thing more than strength, and that was the courage that had no strength behind it and stood anyway. She had won him, the first time, slowly and by accident. This time she did it on purpose, and it took less than a night. What happened after the moon watched, and the sea, and no one else, and it is not for telling. She had decided who she was going to be to this man, and it was not a mare and not a prize, and by dawn Drogo had decided the same, and something that would take a year the first time had begun in a single night. She did not love him yet. Love, she had learned, was a thing that grew or didn't. You could not command it any more than you could command rain. But she needed him, and she meant to keep him alive past the grass sea and the witch and the pyre. And to do that she had to be, from the first, a Khaleesi he would heed. So she began, that very week, to listen to him and to the bloodwriters, and to the old women who read the future in foals' entrails, and to learn again the tongue and the ways she had learned once, faster now, because a second learning goes quick. And every night alone she kept the eggs close. Viserys came for them, as she had known he would. He came in the 4th week, in the dark, thinking his slave sister asleep, a thief in his own blood's tent with a bag to carry off 3 stones he believed were the price of an army. Daenerys was awake. She had been awake for him every night that week, sitting in the dark with a dragon's egg in her lap and the flat patience of a woman who had learned to wait out worse men than her brother. They're mine, Viserys hissed when the lamp came up and found him crouched over the velvet nest. The dragon's eggs are the dragon, and I am. You are going to die of your own smallness in a year, Daenerys said quietly, and watched the words land on him like cold water. She had not meant to say it. It had come up out of the long memory, the sight of the gold running down his screaming face, and she let it stand because his fright was useful. Not by my hand. I won't lift a finger against you, brother. But you will reach for a thing too big for you, and it will kill you unless you learn, starting tonight, to want smaller things and hold them tighter. Put the eggs down. He put the eggs down. He was shaking. He did not understand what he had heard, only that his sister, his mouse, his mare, had spoken to him in a voice out of a nightmare with a certainty no girl her age had any right to, and that for the length of a breath he had believed her about his own death as surely as he believed in his own hands. "You've gone mad," he whispered. "The savages have addled you." "Maybe," Daenerys agreed. "Go to bed, Viserys." He went. She sat a while longer with the 3 eggs, and she thought about how easy it would be to let him walk into the gold, and how the ledger of her second life had a great many names on it that she meant to keep off the fire, and how she was not yet certain, in the cold, honest place under her ribs, whether her brother, S, was one of them. That uncertainty was the closest thing to dread she let herself feel that whole month, and she felt it exactly once, and then she set it down with the eggs and slept. The royal party left Winterfell without a murdered child in it, and that alone bent the road of the world a hand's width, and a hand's width over 1,000 leagues is a gulf. Ned Stark went south to be the king's hand, because a king had asked, and honor is a chain, and Jon could not stop that, and after long nights of turning it over he decided not to try. Ned in King's Landing was a peace in a dangerous place, but Ned kept from King's Landing was a Ned who never learned the truth of the Lannister children in time to matter, and Jon needed the truth loose in the world eventually, in hands that could use it without dying of it. So he let his father go. But he did 3 things before Ned rode. He got Bran sent north, not south, bruised, whole, walking, sworn to secrecy, riding to Castle Black to foster with his Uncle Benjen under a cover story of the Watch's stewardship, with the small folk told he'd taken a fright from his fall and wanted mountain air. It cost Jon a week of patient argument and 1 hard true sentence to his father in the godswood, beneath the red-eyed tree, where a man could say a thing he could not say under a roof. "The Queen will send someone to close Bran's mouth," Jon told his father beneath the weirwood. "Maybe a knife in the night, maybe an accident, maybe a fever the Maester can't cure. He saw what he saw, and they know he saw it. The only wall between Bran and that is the wall itself. Send him where their reach ends." Ned had looked up at the red face weeping its red sap, and then at his bastard, and had said slowly, "You speak like a man 3 times your years, Jon. You have since the day of the fall. I don't ask you how, but I'll tell you what I see. I see a son of mine who would guard his brother with his life and think 3 moves past the danger, and that is more than I can say for half the grown lords I've bled beside." He put his hand on Jon's shoulder. "Take him to the wall, keep him whole, and when I send for you, and I may come." "I'll come," Jon said, and meant it, and knew already there might be a day the promise cost him. The second thing Jon did was to speak with Maester Luwin about dragonglass. He did it carefully, sidelong, a boy's idle curiosity about the black stone the first men had used before steel, the frozen fire the children of the forest had chipped into blades. He asked where it was found. He learned what he already knew, that the Maesters had it filed as a curiosity, obsidian, volcanic glass, of no worth to anyone but a hedge scholar, found where the earth had burned, on the smoking mountains of the east, on the Isle of Dragonstone, in the fires under the world. He asked Luwin to write in his idle scholar's way to the Citadel and to Dragonstone's Maester, requesting samples for a boy's collection. It was nothing. It was a seed. In 2 years it would be the difference between a wall that held and a wall that fell, and no one would remember that it began with a bastard's hobby. The third thing Jon did was the hardest, and he did it last, the night before he rode north with Bran. He wrote a letter he could not send. He wrote it in the steward's cipher. And then, because the cipher could be broken. He wrote the true thing inside it in the dead man's tongue of the Watch's oldest ledgers, which no one living read but the oldest meisters, and he was gambling. One woman across the world who had been taught letters in bravos, and had a mind like a trap and a memory that matched his own. He did not have a way to send it yet, but he knew who could carry a word to the ends of the earth without a lord's leave. He had watched the man's little birds sing in the halls of the dead and the living both. The spider, Varys, whose threads reached into every keep and colosar and brothel from the wall to the Jade Sea, and who had, in the long game Jon had watched play out and lose, wanted one true thing under all his masks. Not a Lannister king, not a Baratheon, but a ruler who would be good for the realm. Varys had spent his whole life hunting that ruler and backing the wrong horse and dying for it. Jon meant to reach Varys' threads, and through them, the woman in the east, and he had a notion of how. Because Varys had a man in Daenerys Targaryen's camp already. A knight in exile, big and balding and heavy with love and shame, sending secret reports west to a spider for the price of a pardon. Jon remembered him well. Sir Jorah Mormont of Bear Island of the North, whose father was Lord Commander of the Night's Watch that Jon was riding toward. There was a thread there, from the wall to Varys to Jorah to Daenerys, a thread already strung across the whole world, needing only a hand to pluck it. Jon looked at the letter he could not yet send, and he did not smile because there was nothing to smile at, but something in him that had been clenched since he woke eased by a single degree. There was a road. It was long, and it ran through spies and exiles and the black tongue of dead meisters, and it might take a year to walk, but there was a road from him to her, and he had found the head of it. Soon, he said to the dark to the west, to a woman he did not yet know how to name in this life. We start soon. The knife came for Bran on the 9th night of the ride north at an inn a day south of the Neck, and Jon was awake for it because he had known it would come. The queen could not let a witness walk free, not even a boy bound for the end of the world. That was not how Cersei Lannister thought. So Jon had slept in his clothes every night of the road, in the same room as his brother, with Ghost between the door and the beds and a dirk under the straw. He had told the innkeep they wanted no fire and no ale sent up, and he had lain in the dark listening to the house settle, and near the turn of the night, he heard a board take a weight that a sleeping house does not put on it. The man came in low and quiet, a hired thing in stained rough-spun with a good blade in a bad man's fist. He crossed to the small bed where a boy's shape breathed under the furs, and he raised the blade, and Ghost took him at the wrist before it fell. The scream was brief. Jon was off the pallet and across the room while the killer was still trying to shake a direwolf from his arm, and he did not go for the throat, because a dead assassin told you nothing. He put the man down hard, a knee across the spine, the dirk at the hinge of his jaw, and Ghost's red eyes an inch from the wet ruin of his wrist. And into the killer's ear Jon said, very low, "Who sent you, and you keep the hand?" He kept neither in the end in the way of such men, who fear their masters worse than any wolf. But before the innkeep's men came pounding up the stair he had said one word, half a curse, half a whimper, a name, and it was not Lannister. It was a name Jon had been waiting 3 lives to hear a hired killer speak, the name of a man who supplied such tools and such secrets and such daggers to whoever paid, a man with a mockingbird pinned to his breast. The blade the assassin had carried was the second gift of that night. Jon knew it before he lifted it from the boards. Rippled dark steel that drank the candlelight, a hilt of dragon bone, old Valyrian, a lord's weapon in a cutthroat's grip, worth more than the inn and everything in it. In the life that no longer was, this same dagger had passed from hand to lying hand and lit a war between wolf and lion over whose it had been. Jon turned it in the light and let the memory of all that ruin run through him and out. Then he wrapped it in oilcloth and stowed it deep in his saddlebag, because a Valyrian blade was a thing a man kept, and because it was proof of a kind that would one day fit into a hand that could use it. Bran had woken to the scream and sat up white and shaking, and Jon went and sat on the edge of the small bed and put an arm around him and said nothing clever, only, "I've got you. I'll always have you. Go back to sleep." And the boy, who trusted his brother past all reason, did, eventually, with Ghost's heavy head laid across his feet. Jon did not sleep again that night. He sat with his back to the wall, and the dead tongue folded against his skin, and the dragon-bone dagger cold in the bag at his feet, and he counted the road still to walk, and near dawn he found, under all the counting, that some knot he had carried since the snow had loosened by another degree. He had reached for a piece of the future with his own 2 hands, and it had not slipped. It could be done. A man could catch a falling thing if he knew the hour and stood in the right place and did not flinch. "Soon," he said again to the gray window and the road north. "We start soon." She was thinking of him too, though she did not know it in the same hour. The world was too wide for their clocks to match. Daenerys had begun in the manner of a general laying siege to map the people around her, not their faces, their loyalties and the strings on those loyalties and where the strings ran. Illyrio wanted her a bargaining chip and would sell her the instant a better price walked in. Viserys wanted her a womb with a crown attached and was too frightened now to reach for her. The handmaids were the Magister's ears, and Sir Jorah Mormont, the exiled bear who had knelt to her the first day and pledged his sword, who taught her the common tongue's finer turns and the histories of the 7 kingdoms she was born to and had never seen. Sir Jorah was, she remembered, a spy. The knowledge had wounded her the first time badly when it came out years too late. This time she had it from the first morning, and instead of a wound it was a door. Jorah reported west to the eunuch on the small council in exchange for the hope of going home. The eunuch's little bird sang everywhere, and everywhere included the north, and the north included a wall, and behind that wall she knew, without knowing how she knew it, beyond the tree and the falling ash and the certainty the vision had planted in her, was the gray-eyed man who remembered the bells. She did not confront Jorah. A veteran does not break a useful thread for the clean satisfaction of being right. Instead, over the weeks, she began to feed him things worth carrying, small truths, harmless, flattering to his masters, and to watch how fast they traveled and by what road, so that when the day came that she needed to send a word all the way to a wall at the top of the world, she would know exactly which bird to sing to and exactly what song would make it fly. And she began, in the quiet, to teach herself to write again in a hand no eye in this camp could read. The black glyphs of old Valyria, the ones the Septa in Bravos had drilled into an orphaned princess, dead letters that lived now only in the mouths of scholars, and the memory of a queen who had died and come back. If she was right, if he had been sent back as whole as she had, then somewhere he was learning to hide words in a language of the dead, the same as she was, because the two of them had always, in every life, arrived at the same hard answers from opposite ends of the world. She wrote a single line that night by lamplight in the dead tongue, and she did not send it because she had no way yet, and because some words you write only to learn whether your hand still knows how. "I remember the bells," she wrote. "If you remember them too, we will make certain they never ring again." Then she burned the page in the lamp flame, because a woman who left such words lying about did not deserve the years she'd been given, and she watched the paper curl and blacken and go to nothing, and for once the sight of fire did not pull at her at all. It was only fire. It had eaten her secret and kept it. She could use a thing like that. Outside, the Khalasar slept under a sky thick with foreign stars. 40,000 souls she meant to keep breathing. And beyond them the grass ran east to the edge of the world. And beyond that the sea. And beyond the sea a boy riding north through the snow with a wolf at his heel, and his own dead language folded against his skin. Daenerys Targaryen set the last ash of the burned page adrift on the night wind and lay down beside her sleeping husband and did not sleep, and made her plans, and waited for the world to come within reach. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. The reaching castle black was smaller than Jon remembered, and colder and full of the living. That was the part that undid him a little, the first days. Not the cold, which he had worn like a second skin for most of 2 lifetimes, but the men. Pip and Gren and Toad, loud and young and doomed and not dead yet. Donal at the forge with both his arms. Maester Aemon, blind and ancient and patient, moving through his rooms by touch and memory, 102 years old and the last dragon nobody counted. Jon had buried most of these men. Now he ate stew beside them and let them think him a sullen bastard finding his feet, and he watched the gate and the rookery and waited for a letter that would come from the far side of the world if he had reasoned rightly, and if he had not, he would have to find another road. He had brought Bran behind the ice, and that alone had cost him 3 nights of argument with his uncle Benjen, who did not want a crippled, frightened lordling underfoot in a fortress of murderers and thieves. Bran was not crippled. That was the whole miracle of it, and Jon could not explain the miracle without explaining everything. So he had simply been immovable, and Benjen Stark had learned, as Ned had, that his bastard nephew had grown a spine of cold iron somewhere between one winter and the next. Bran lodged with the stewards and haunted Aemon's library, and asked the old man questions about greenseers and the children of the forest that made the Maester go still and thoughtful in his chair. Jon let that happen. He had thought about it on the long ride north, turning it as a man turns a stone. Bran had a gift in him, a thing the tree beyond the wall would have found and opened and used the first time at a cost. The boy's legs, his boyhood. His very self poured out into 1,000 years of other men's eyes. Jon did not want that for his brother, but he did not want the gift wasted either, because it had been, in the war against the dead, one of the few weapons that ever truly mattered. So he let Bran near the old lore and near the old man, and he watched, and he waited to see whether a greenseer could be made slowly and gently and kept a person, instead of made all at once by a monster and turned into a door. That was a problem for later. First he needed the letter, and while he waited he found Sam. He found him being kicked. Sir Alizer Thorne had a knack for turning boys into wolves and setting them on the weakest of their number, and the weakest was a fat, soft, terrified lordling from the Reach whose father had shipped him north out of shame, and 3 recruits were making sport of him in the yard, while Thorne watched with his arms folded and his mouth curled. Jon had seen this before. In another life he had walked over and stopped it and gained the truest friend he would ever have. He did the same now, and did not let himself feel clever about the outcome, because a debt paid twice is still a debt. "That's enough," Jon said, and put himself between Sam and the boots, and something in his voice, not loud, not a boy's bluster, but the flat certainty of a man who has ended fights and takes no joy in them, made all 3 back off before they had decided to. Thorne's eyes narrowed. Thorne would be a problem. Jon knew every shape of that problem and had a plan for it, and the plan began with not giving the man the satisfaction of a rise. Later, in the dark of the common hall, the fat boy found him. "You didn't have to do that. They'll only hate you for it now, same as me." "Let them," Jon said. "What's your name?" "Samwell Tarly." A miserable pause. "I'm a coward. I'm not saying it to be modest. I've no gift for any of this. I'll be dead by spring." "No," Jon said, "you won't." He said it plainly, as a matter of fact rather than comfort, and the fat boy blinked at him. "You'll be the man who reads the book no one else bothered to read and finds the thing in it that saves us all. You've a better weapon than a sword, Sam. You've a mind that doesn't quit and a heart that stays soft in a place built to harden it. Keep both. I'll keep you alive long enough to use them." Jon pushed a bowl of stew across to him. "Eat. Then come to Aemon with me. I've a use for a man who loves old books." "A use," Sam said warily, spooning the stew as though it might be taken from him. "Nobody ever had a use for me that didn't end in bruises." "Then I'll be the first," Jon said. "There are things written in the oldest books in that library that every Maester alive has decided are children's tales. Dragonsteel, the long night. What kills the cold things when steel won't? One day soon we're going to need a man who took those tales seriously. Be that man." Samwell Tarly looked at the sullen bastard who had just declared his future to him as though reading it off a page, and did not know what to make of it, and ate. It was the beginning of the one friendship in Jon's life that had never in any world betrayed him, and Jon was glad past speaking to have it back, though he named none of that, and only passed the bread. Sam earned his place in the war 3 moons later, in the small hours by candlelight, exactly as Jon had promised him he would. He came pounding on Jon's door with a great cracked tome under his arm, and his face flushed with the particular joy of a scholar who has found the thing no one else bothered to look for. "Dragonsteel," he said, before Jon had the door fully open. "The old texts, the ones from the long night, they don't say dragonglass, they say dragonsteel, and everyone's always assumed they meant the same thing, the black glass, but they don't. Jon, look here, the account of the last hero. He carried a blade of dragonsteel, and it sang when the cold things came near it. And glass doesn't sing, glass shatters. Valyrian steel. Valyrian steel kills them too, the way the glass does. It has to be. It's spelled with dragon fire and spell blood, same as the glass is made in fire. We have another weapon, and half the great houses have a Valyrian blade rusting on a wall, and none of them know what it's for." Jon looked at the fat, frightened boy who had just, at a scholar's desk in the dead of night, handed the living a weapon they would need at the very end, and he did not tell him that he had already known it, because a truth a man finds himself is worth 10 a man is handed. "Write it down," Jon said instead. "All of it. Every blade of Valyrian steel in the 7 kingdoms, whose wall it hangs on and why it matters. Make me a list, Sam. One day I'm going to hand that list to people who can gather every one of those swords, and when the dead come, we'll have more than glass to meet them with. You just changed how the last war ends, and you did it with a candle and a book that everyone else was too busy to read. I told you. Better than a sword. A mind that doesn't quit." Samwell Tarly flushed to the roots of his hair with a pleasure he had never once been given cause to feel, and sat down and made the list, and it was, in the fullness of time, one of the quiet hinges the whole war for the dawn would turn on, though no song would ever remember the candle or the boy. The letter came in the 9th week, in a bundle of correspondence for the Lord Commander, and Jon knew it before it was opened. He had told Aemon, carefully, obliquely, that he had a scholar's interest in the dead dialects of old Valyria, the Meistercant that only a handful of living men could still read. And Aemon, starved of a mind to teach for 40 years, had lit up like a banked coal finding air. So when a letter came addressed to the Lord Commander from his exiled son, Sir Jorah Mormont, writing from across the narrow sea, a long overdue reaching out from a shamed man to a father he had wronged, and folded inside it was a separate leaf, a curiosity, some old scrap of Meister script the son thought the Watch's ancient scholar might enjoy. Aemon brought it to Jon with his blind hands trembling on the paper. "Read it to me," the old man said. "My fingers have lost the shapes, but I would hear the old tongue again before I die." Jon read it, and under the harmless surface a scribe's exercise, a list of the reigns of dead Valyrian freeholders. The true words were there, in the dead Meister cipher he himself had planned to use, arriving from the exact opposite end of the earth, because she had reasoned the same road and walked it toward him from the other side. "I remember the bells," the true words said. "I remember your face above mine and the cold coming up through my ribs. I do not know yet if I forgive you, but I know we were alone, both of us at the end, and alone is how they beat us. Tell me the thing only you would know, and I will believe you are you, and then we will begin." Jon sat with the paper a long while. Eamon, who could not see his face, waited and did not press because he had lived 100 years and knew the sound of a man reading something meant for him alone. "It's only a list of dead kings," Jon said at last, his voice level. "But it's beautiful in its own fashion. Thank you, Meister. Might I keep it to study the hand?" "Of course," Eamon said. And then, after a moment, in his dry, mild voice, the voice of a man who had guarded the greatest secret in the realm for 80 years. "It is a strange thing to be the last of a house. One spends a life listening for a voice that answers in the same blood. I hope, whatever that letter truly is, that it answers you." He rose, feeling for his staff. "The old gods and the new rarely trouble themselves for the likes of us, Jon Snow. When one of them does, it is wise to listen." He shuffled out. Jon looked down at the dead kings and the living secret hidden under them, and something in him that had been holding its breath since the snow let it go. He knew the thing only he would know. He wrote it that night, in the same dead hand, and it was not a battle plan and not a proof of arms. It was this: "You told me, on the ship to the north, that you were afraid, not of dying. You had died 100 small deaths already, but of the throne, of what you might become to keep it. And I told you I would be your family, and I meant it, and then I put a knife in you for the truth of that fear. If I could take back one word from that whole life, it would not be the knife. It would be that I never once said, before the end, that I was afraid of exactly the same thing." He read it over. Then he folded it into a scholar's list of title charts, and gave it to Eamon to send south and east with the Lord Commander's letters, on the long road back through Jorah's hand to a Khaleesi on the grass sea. And he went up onto the wall in the black cold and looked south, toward a woman he had killed and was now, in the oldest language in the world, learning to know again in a different way, slower, with his eyes open. On the Dothraki Sea, the letter reached her at the edge of autumn, and Daenerys read it alone in her tent by a single lamp, and read it again. And then she sat very still for a long time with her hand pressed flat over her belly where a sun was quickening. And she did not weep, because she had spent all those tears in a life that no longer was. But the wanting to was a live coal in her chest, and she let it burn a while before she banked it. He had told her the true thing. Not a boast, not a proof of swords, the one confession that no forger and no Meister and no spy could have invented, because only 2 people in all the turning world had stood in that cabin on that ship and been too proud and too frightened to say the simple thing. He had been afraid of the throne, so had she. If either of them had said it aloud, the whole ruin might have gone another way. So, she said quietly to the lamp, to the dark, to him, "We say it aloud this time." She had time to think, riding east through the great grass, and she used it to become a Khaleesi worth the name faster than any woman before her. She sat in the councils of the blood riders and did not flinch at the blood. She learned the names of the horse clans, and which owed which a debt, and which nursed a killing grudge. She healed where she could and let the hard men see her do it. She stopped the Khalasar from sacking a Lazarene village. She remembered burning the first time, and took the lamb men's grain by trade instead of by fire. And Drogo let her, because a Khal who could not be surprised by his wife was a Khal who had stopped watching her, and Drogo had never once stopped watching her. She watched him too, this second time, with the eyes of a woman who already knew how the story ended, and found that knowing did not make her love him less. It made her look harder, while she still could. He was not a gentle man and would not have known what to do with the word. But there were nights, after the fires burned low, when he would put his enormous scarred hand flat against the swell of her belly and go still as a listening hound. And once he said, in his slow, rumbling Dothraki, that the stallion who would mount the world was in there, kicking, and that he pitied any Khal who lived to see the boy grown. He believed it wholly, as he believed in grass and horses and the sky. Daenerys pressed her hand over his and said nothing, because she knew the thing he did not, that the great grass held a slow death for him, and that she had not yet decided whether she could afford to spend it or spare it, and that either way she would carry the weight of the choosing for the rest of a life she had already lived once. A correspondence grew up between the top of the world and its middle like a root finding water underground. Invisible, patient, carrying more than either of them had ever managed to say when they had a whole living empire between them and no time to speak. They wrote in the dead tongue, disguised as scholarship, rooted through Jorah's dutiful letters to his father and Aemon's replies. They confirmed the shape of what they each remembered. They found in the comparing that their memories agreed to the smallest detail, the same wars, the same weddings, the same betrayals in the same order, and that agreement was itself a weapon, a map of the future drawn twice by two hands and matching line for line. And they began, carefully, to plan. She wrote him the schedule of deaths, and he wrote her the schedule of the dead. She told him what she knew of the game's players from the years she had watched them play. He told her what he knew of the others, the true shape of the enemy behind the wall, the thing the whole squabbling South had died ignoring. Between them they held the entire board, every piece, every trap, every date, and neither of them, for once in either life, was alone with the knowing. Jorah suspected nothing. He carried the letters as a son mending fences with a father glad of the errand, never guessing that the scholar's scraps his khaleesi folded into his packets were a war being planned in a language dead 100 years. Daenerys felt the meanness of using him, and set it against the years he had spied on her and the greater thing they were building, and let the ledger balance. She was done, in this life, mistaking sentiment for strategy. She would keep Jorah's loyalty and his ignorance both, and use them, and if she could contrive it she would even give him the pardon he ached for at the end, when there was a realm left to pardon him into. She looked at the coming price one night alone because a general who would not count the cost of a battle had no business ordering it. She turned the memory over. The wound Drogo would take, the fever, the Migi and her false mercy, the pyre. She knew every step. She could prevent the first step and save Drogo whole. She had run the reckoning 100 ways, and every reckoning ended the same. Without the pyre, no dragons. Without dragons, the dead won the long night, as they very nearly had even with 3, and every soul from the wall to the summer isles went into the cold. She could save one man she had come to love in a strange, fierce fashion, or she could wake the only 3 living weapons that had ever made the others flinch. There was no version where she kept both. Daenerys sat with that until the lamp guttered. She did not decide it that night. Some choices you approach as one approaches a cliff slowly to be sure of the edge before standing on it. But she stopped pretending there was a road that cost nothing, and that she had learned in a life spent learning it too late was the beginning of ruling. She wrote Jon one line that week, outside the scholarship, in the plainest dead tongue she could set down. There is a price coming that I mean to pay with my eyes open. When it is paid, I will have dragons, and I will bring them to you, and we will end the thing behind your wall before it ends the world. Meet me at Dragonstone. Hold the north. Do not die before I get there. In King's Landing, the players felt the board move under them and did not know why, and it made them careful, and careful men are more dangerous than confident ones. Cersei Lannister knew that a boy had lived who should have died, and that a bastard of Winterfell had stood beneath a tower holding the brother Jaime had thrown, and had looked up into Jaime's face and said nothing. That silence gnawed at her worse than an accusation would have. An accusation could be answered. Silence only waited. She had sent a good knife north after the boy on the road, and the knife had not come home, and no word had come of it, which meant it had failed and been swallowed. And now somewhere behind the wall there was a Stark who had seen the truth of her children and a bastard who had proof. and she could not reach either of them without the whole realm asking why a queen would spend assassins on children of the Watch. "They know," she told her father when Tywin came to the capital, and she watched the old lion's cold eyes narrow at the word. Who knows what? Tywin Lannister did not deal in dread. He dealt in facts, and the facts he pried from his daughter over the next hour, the incest, the bastardy, the failed murder, the witness behind the ice, settled onto his face like frost onto stone. He said little. He never said much. But when he left the room, he had already begun, in the machine of his mind, to plan for a truth that might one day walk out of the north and try to unmake his grandchildren's claim. And Tywin Lannister planning was a slow avalanche that a whole kingdom could not outrun. He did not send more knives. That was the measure of him. He understood that the danger was not the boy but the story, and that stories could not be stabbed. So he began, quietly, to arrange for other stories, to seed the court with the notion that Ned Stark was a traitor grasping at the crown, to bind the Tyrells closer, to make certain that, when the North's truth came south, it would arrive into a court already taught not to believe it. He played the patient game, the only game he had ever lost at, and he did not yet know he was already behind, because a man who thinks he is the cleverest in the world never checks whether someone has read the whole book before him. And there was Petyr Baelish, who felt the change most keenly of all, because change was the water he swam in. His hired man had gone north with a good Valyrian blade to close a boy's mouth, and had vanished, and Littlefinger had heard, through the careful nothing of the underworld, that the blade had not simply been lost but taken, and that the man had spoken a name before he died. His name. That was a loose thread with his own fingers on the end of it, and Petyr Baelish had spent his whole life making certain no thread ever led back to him. He did not panic. Panic was for men without options, and he always had options. But he began to watch the north, and the wall with the particular attention of a spider who has felt a strange new weight land on the far edge of his web, too heavy for a fly, moving with a purpose he cannot yet name. There was one other who felt the tremor, and he felt it as an itch he could not scratch. Varys, master of whisperers, sat in his chambers reading the reports his birds carried and found, in the pattern of them, a wrongness. His man in the exiled princess's camp wrote of a Khaleesi grown wise beyond her seasons, cold and shrewd where she should have been a frightened child. A dead knight on the Kingsroad with a name on his lips. A Stark boy fostered at the wall who by every account should be a cripple in a bed. The eunuch had spent his life reading the future in the twitch of 1,000 threads, and the threads were twitching in a shape he did not know. And Varys, who served what he called the realm, made a note in the ledger behind his powdered face, to watch and wait and learn who had begun, so quietly, to play a different game. None of them, not the queen, not the lion, not the mockingbird, not the spider, guessed the truth, because the truth was not on any map they owned. They were all playing the game they knew, the Game of Thrones, and looking for the cleverest player. It did not occur to any of them to look for two players who had already finished the game once, seen how it ended, and come back to burn it down. Jon read her line about the price at midnight on the wall and understood it, because he had a ledger of the same kind. He knew what it cost her. He knew who Drogo was to her and what the pyre would take, and he knew, reading between the dead words, that she had already decided to pay it, and that the deciding had cost her something that would not grow back. He wrote her back the only thing worth writing, which was not comfort, because comfort was a lie between two people who had each burned down their own souls once, but company. "I will not die before you get there," he wrote, "and you will not pay that price alone. I am paying prices too up here in a cold you have not seen. We agreed we would not be alone this time. That holds across 1,000 leagues and a dead language. Pay what you must. Bring me dragons. I will have the north ready and the glass mined, and a story planted that the realm can believe, so that when we move against the dead, the living do not stab us in the back for it as they did before. Dragonstone. I will meet you there. Hold on. He gave it to Eamon to send, and Eamon took it in his blind old hands and paused. You have found your answering voice, the old man said. It was not a question. I have, Jon said. Good. Eamon's clouded eyes turned toward him, seeing nothing, seeing everything. I will not ask what it is you and my great-great-niece are truly writing to one another across the width of the world in the tongue of dead dragon lords. I am old and blind and past the age of being useful, and I have learned that the last mercy left to a man like me is knowing which questions to leave unasked. His mouth moved, dry, amused. But I will tell you this, since no one else will. Fire and blood is a fine words for a banner. It is a poor way to live. Whatever the two of you are planning, and I think it is larger than a throne, or you would not bother hiding it from a throne's spies, do not let it make you into the thing your house has always become at the end. There is always the fire. The trick, Jon Snow, is to be the hand that holds it, and not the thing it burns. Jon looked at the last dragon of the old world, the gentle blind man who had chosen the wall over a crown 80 years before and never once regretted it, and thought that here, in this cold cell at the edge of the world, was the only man alive who might have understood everything if Jon had told him. He did not tell him, but he took the words. That's the whole of it, Meister, Jon said. We mean to hold the fire and not be burned and not burn anyone who doesn't need burning. We tried it the other way. It cost us the world. Eamon was quiet a moment. The other way, he repeated softly. You speak of things you cannot have seen. He shook his head. Number I will not ask. Go and send your letter and let an old man pretend he heard nothing. He turned back to his fire. But come and read me the dead kings again sometime, when there is no war in the words. I find I have missed the sound of my own blood. Jon went up onto the wall to send the raven south with the tide charts and the war folded inside them, and stood a while in the wind that came off the top of the world, and looked out over the haunted forest going dark, and let himself, for the space of one honest minute, hope. He named it in his own head, that once, because a man who would not even name the thing he was fighting for had already half lost it. Hope. It was a dangerous word for a man who remembered how the last hope had ended. But she was alive across the world and writing to him in a dead tongue. And Bran was whole and learning gently at an old man's knee, and Ned still had his head, and Robb still had his throat, and the glass was coming out of the ground, and a future was being built now instead of merely survived. Below him in the yard, Sam dropped a stack of ledgers and swore, soft and miserable, and Pip laughed, and the ordinary living noise of it rose up into the dark. Jon listened to it. Then he sent the raven, and watched it beat away south into the black, carrying the next move in a game two dead people were playing against the whole world, and went down to help Sam with the ledgers, because a man had to keep his hands busy while the ravens flew, and because the fat, frightened boy in the snow was going to be, one day, the truest friend Jon Snow had ever had, and there was no reason at all to make him wait for it. Chapter 3, End Chapter 4. Fire made flesh. The wound came, in the end, from a direction she had not been watching, and that taught her the last thing she needed to know about the shape of what she was fighting. She had prevented the duel. That much her foreknowledge bought her. When the Khalasar took the Lazarine town and the fighting turned ugly, and a captain named Mago began to swagger toward the killing insult that had opened Drogo's flesh the first time, Daenerys had already moved the pieces so the two men never stood in the same square of dust. She had been proud of that. In the cold, measured fashion she allowed herself pride now, one clean save, one thread cut before it could strangle. And the hurt came anyway, from a quarter she had not thought to guard, because a woman cannot guard every quarter at once, and that is the whole cruelty of prophecy. A Lazarine boy, no more than 12, half his family dead in the square, put a rusted spear into the great Khaal's thigh from behind an overturned cart, and was cut down before the point stopped moving. It was nothing. It was a scratch on a man who had taken 100 worse. Drogo laughed at it and would not let it be cleaned, because a Khaal who fussed over a boy's scratch was a Khaal whose bloodriders would begin, quietly, to measure his back for a knife. Daenerys had known this too in her bones, from the moment she saw him wave the healers off. Pride was the wound. The spear was only where it entered. She had known the shape of his death since before she woke into this life, and she found, sitting up beside him through the first fevered night, that knowing did nothing at all to blunt it. Foreknowledge was a lamp, not a shield. It showed you the cliff. It did not build a rail. She did not go to Mirri Maz Dûr. That refusal was the whole of her second education, the one thing her grief had once flung a door open on and that she now, older by a death, kept shut. The godswife of the great shepherd, the Migi Dany had saved from the rapists of her own Khalasar the first time, had repaid that mercy by hollowing Drogo into a breathing corpse and strangling Dany's son in the womb, and had called it justice, and had not been wrong too. Dany understood the woman now in a way she had been too young to understand her then. She did not hate Mirri. She simply refused to hand the Migi the two things she wanted most, which were Dany's trust and Dany's child. So she fought for Drogo with the plain, hard, useless tools of a battlefield healer instead of the bright poison of blood magic. Boiled water, fire-cleaned iron, honey packed into the torn flesh, and maggots set to eat the rot, and the fever fought with cold cloths through nights that ran together past counting. She sent riders 3 days out for a Qartheen physician, and paid him in gold she could not spare, and let him bleed the Khaal and shake his head, and paid him anyway. She did everything a woman could do who knew that the doing would not be enough, and she did it because the doing was hers, and because a queen who would not sit up all night with a dying man had no business asking men to die for her. It was not enough. She had known from the first that it would not be. The rot ran up his leg and into his blood, and the great Khaal who had believed he would never be surprised by anything grew thin and gray and stopped knowing her face. In his last lucid hour, he took her wrist in a grip gone weak as a child's and told her, in his slow, rumbling tongue, to remember that she had made him afraid once, in a garden, with no fear of her own, and that no woman had ever done that to him before or since, and that he had loved her from that hour whether or not either of them had a word for it. Then the fever took him back under, and one gray dawn the drums of his heart slowed and stopped, and Khal Drogo, who had promised to give her the world and had meant it, went out of the world instead. She did not weep over the body. She had wept that grief dry in a life he would never know she had lived. She sat with him a while in the cold light, and she put her hand flat against the enormous stilled chest, and she said, very low in his own tongue, the only vow that mattered, "I kept our son." She had. That was the trade she had struck with the turning world. It had taken the husband and left her the child, and she had known the terms going in, and she had signed them with her eyes open, and the knowing did not make the empty tent any warmer. Rhaego was born 8 days after his father died, in a birthing tent on the grass, red and furious and whole. Whole. That was the word Daenerys held to through the long agony of it, the word she had crossed a lifetime and a death to earn. He came out screaming, both his arms beating the air, no Mega's curse on him, no scale or wing or wrongness, only a Dothraki child with a crown of pale silver fuzz and a set of lungs that made the exhausted midwives laugh. She held him against her skin and counted his fingers and his toes, 10 and 10, and something in her that had been clenched shut for 2 lifetimes came open all at once, and she pressed her mouth to the top of his hot little head and let herself feel, for the length of that one holding, the thing she had forbidden herself since the ash. Joy. She named it privately once because it deserved a name, and because she might not have cause to use the word again for a long while. Then she folded it away where the enemy could not reach it, and became a queen again, because the Khalasar was already dying around her son's first cries. A Khalasar without a strong call does not mourn, it splits. She had seen it the first time, and she saw it now, the great host cracking along its old seams, ambitious Khas riding off in the night with their thousands to become Khals in their own right, the weak and the sick and the old and the women left behind in the dust like the leavings of a feast. By the third day after Drogo's death, her 40,000 had become a few hundred, and those few hundred were the ones no other Khal wanted, the aged, the maimed, the freed slaves, the loyal, the lost. One did not simply ride off. A Ko named Jocko, who had commanded a fifth of the host and coveted more, came to her tent in the gray before dawn with a dozen riders at his back, and a thing in his eyes she had learned to read across 2 lives. He wanted the widow, and the widow's strange stones, and the widow's fair skin for his tent, and he had come to take all 3 while the taking was cheap. Daenerys did not run and did not scream. She stepped out of the tent to meet him with her son on her hip, and Jorah's sword hand tightening at her side, and the bloodriders fanning silent into the dark, and she looked up at the mounted man with the flat calm of a woman to whom a knife was simply another argument. "Jocko," she said, "you have come to test whether a Khalasar with no call has any teeth. I will save you the biting. Ride now with what you have and be a Khal in the east, and men will tell your grandchildren you were wise. Reach for me, and you will not live to see the sun you rode out under. I have looked at your death already. It is close, and it is stupid, and it need not be tonight. Choose." Something in the level of her voice, in the eyes that held no fear at all, unmanned him more than any drawn blade could have. He was a brave man and a hard one, but he had spent his life among people who fought when they were afraid, and here was a girl with a baby who was not afraid of him in the least, and a thing like that has its own gravity. He spat and cursed at her, and named her a witch, which she let stand because it was nearer the truth than he knew, and then he wheeled his horse and rode east into the dying dark with his dozen, and Daenerys watched him go and set down, in the ledger behind her eyes, that fear could be a wall as good as any sword if you learned to build with it. Then she went back inside to nurse her son, because a queen's victories and a mother's duties keep no separate hours. She built the pyre in the classic fashion, in the shape her memory gave her, because some rituals cannot be improved, only understood. Great logs hauled from the Lazarine town, and the cushions and silks of Drogo's tent, and the saddle of his blood-bay stallion, and the stallion itself, killed clean, its blood a dark libation soaking down into the wood. She dressed her husband's body in his finest and laid him atop the pile as a man laid to sleep, and she set his arak across his chest, and she nested the 3 eggs in the coals around him, the green and bronze, the cream and gold, the black and scarlet, so that they lay in the wood like a promise waiting for a match. And she had Mirri Maz Duer brought out and bound to the great post at the center of it all. The Migi did not beg. Dany had expected that. She had known this woman across 2 lives. Mirri looked at the young queen with the eggs in the coals and understood, perhaps better than anyone living, what she was looking at, and she spat at Dany's feet and told her she would burn, that dragons were dead 100 years, that the girl would light a pyre and get nothing from it but a stink and a corpse and the last of her hope. "You would have murdered my son," Daenerys said to her, quietly, so that only the 2 of them heard it. "You would have hollowed my husband into a thing that breathed and did not live and called it mercy, and you would have laughed while I learned the price of trusting you. I know this because I have already lived it. You will not live it again." She stepped back from the wood. There was no cruelty in her voice, and no pleasure, and that absence was the most frightening thing about her, to any who had ears for it. "I do not do this because I hate you. I do it because the world needs what sleeps in these eggs, and the waking of them asks a life. And of all the lives within my reach, yours is the one the world can best spare. Make your peace with your great shepherd. He is not here. There is only the fire now, and she took up the torch. Jorah caught her arm. Khaleesi, don't. Whatever you believe you are flesh, and flesh burns. I have buried one woman I loved. I will not stand here and watch you climb onto a pyre for a Dothraki superstition. Please. His voice cracked on the word. There is nothing in those eggs but stone. Daenerys looked at the exiled knight who had spied on her and loved her and would, she believed, come in the end to serve her truly, and she put her free hand against his weathered cheek, and she told him a truth she had never given anyone in either life. Jorah, I have died once already. I know exactly what fire is and exactly what I am, and exactly what is coming for the world if I flinch from this. Stand back, keep my son from the heat, and watch. Her eyes held his. In an hour you will kneel to a thing out of legend, and you will follow me west to end a war no living man believes in. And one day, when there is a realm again, you will go home to Bear Island with a queen's pardon in your hand. All of that begins if you take 3 steps back and let me do the thing I was made for. Now, sir, back. He took 3 steps back. Men did that with her this second time. She had learned how to make it so. She lit the pyre at the setting of the sun, and the world came apart into fire, and out of the fire came the oldest story in it. The wood took slowly and then all at once, the flames running up the silks and the logs, and finding the fat of the great dead stallion and roaring skyward in a column that painted the underbellies of the low gray clouds a burning orange. And the heat drove the watchers back and back, until they stood at the ragged edge of the light with their arms across their faces. Mirri Maz Duur began to sing, high and strange, and then the song became something that was not a song, and then it stopped, and the Migi was gone into the brightness, and the fire ate her without malice and without mercy, a hunger older than any god men had thought to name. And into that hunger, unhurried, her silver hair loose down her back and her newborn son screaming in a handmaid's arms at the safe cold edge of the night, Daenerys Targaryen walked. She let her robe fall at the fire's lip and stepped in among the flames as a woman steps into a warm sea, and the fire took her clothes and her hair and did not take her, because she was the blood of old Valyria and the last true daughter of the Dragon Lords, and something older than either had marked her for this at the hour of the world's need. The flames wrapped her like poured silk. They ran across her skin and left it whole. She stood in the white heart of a heat that had rendered a horse to bone and ash, and she was not burned, and she was not afraid, and she reached down into the coals where the 3 eggs lay glowing now from within, lit from the inside like lanterns, like hearts, like the eyes of waking things. The black egg cracked first. It did not split as stone splits. It split as a dawn splits the dark, a single line of molten gold opening the shell and then a web of them, and from within came a sound no living ear had heard in a century and a half, a thin fierce keening that was half a bird and half a bell and wholly a dragon. And then the shell fell away in shining pieces, and the creature inside spread wings no larger than a girl's 2 hands, and screamed its first scream into the burning air. Black scales, red as fresh blood where the firelight caught their edges. Eyes like drops of molten bronze. Drogon, she named him in her heart before he had breath enough to name himself Drogon, for the great silent man on the pyre who had believed in the stallion of the world and had been given, instead, a wonder. The bronze and green egg woke second, and the cream and gold third, and they came out of their shells wet and furious and blazing, regal green as high summer with his veins run through with bronze, Viserion the color of clotted cream with wings of pale gold. The 3 of them climbed her burning body and clung to her arms and her shoulders and the curve of her hip, 3 new lives fresh out of legend, and the fire gathered all 4 of them together into a single column of light that rose up off the grass sea and could be seen, men swore afterward, from a full day's ride in every direction. Daenerys stood in the center of it and understood in that white and roaring silence exactly what her house had always meant by fire and blood, and exactly how it had always ended for them, and she made herself a vow inside the flames where no one could hear it and no one could break it, that she would hold this fire and not be held by it, that she would be the hand and never again the pyre, that the last time these creatures had flown, they had flown to burn a city of children, and that this time they would fly to a wall at the top of the world to burn back the dark itself, and then they would fly home, and the fire would go quiet, and no throne would ever again teach her that ash could be mistaken for a crown. When the pyre burned down to a bed of glowing coals in the gray hour before dawn, she walked out of it naked and unmarked and terrible, soot in the creases of her skin, 3 dragons draped over her like living jewels, and the few hundred who had stayed with her fell to their knees in the ash without being told, because they had seen the last dragon reborn out of fire, and there is no arguing with a thing like that. Jorah did not kneel. Jorah stood staring at her with tears running openly down his weathered face, and then he came forward and wrapped his own cloak around her bare shoulders with hands that shook, and he said, "Gods be good. Gods be good, it's true, it's all true." And then, because he was a knight before he was anything else, he went down on one knee in the cinders and drew his sword and laid it at her feet. "My queen," Sir Jorah Mormont said, "where do we ride?" They rode north and west out of the grass toward the ruined splendor of the old Giscari coast, and the world reshaped itself around her as she went. The dragons grew. Within a moon they were the size of cats, then hunting hounds, snatching rats and hares, and once a slaver's fine horse out of a paddock, and Daenerys learned again the discipline of them, the single hard Valyrian word that stayed the fire in their throats and the single word that loosed it. She did not loose it often. That was the whole of the lesson she had carried out of the ash. A dragon is a weapon that answers to grief as readily as to command, and a queen who forgets which she is feeling has already lost. So she flew them on grief's leash and command's bridle both, and she kept her grief where she could see it, and Rego grew fat and laughing in a sling at her breast, while the 3 of them wheeled overhead, and the freed slaves who followed her began, without being ordered, to call the little band a Khalasar again. She drilled that band as she rode. The Bloodriders taught the freedmen the bow and the arak. Jorah taught the ones with the wit for it to stand in a line and hold it, which no Dothraki had ever willingly done. And Daenerys taught all of them, by the plain fact of her nightly presence at their fires, that a queen who ate their food and learned their names and buried their dead with her own hands was a queen worth more than a wagon of gold. It was a few hundred still. It would be thousands before the narrow sea, and tens of thousands before the end, and she was building each of them the same patient way, one kept promise at a time. At a dusty crossroads a day short of the coast, a woman came to her out of the heat shimmer, robed in red, a torch flame tattooed at her throat, and knelt in the road before the dragons without a flicker of fear. An acolyte of the temple at Volantes, sent west by the priestess Kinvara on the strength of a vision in the flames. Azor Ahai Reborn, the red woman breathed, staring up at her. The prince that was promised. The fires told us you would come out of the pyre. Command us, and the whole faith of the Lord of Light is yours, from Volantes to Ashai. Daenerys looked down at her a long moment. She knew this song. She had let it flatter her once, and the flattery had put a torch in her hand and a city under it. "Rise," she said. "I will take your ships and your gold and your believers, and I will be glad of them, and I will use them well. But hear me, and carry this back to your priestess. I am not the instrument of your God. I am not the promised prince, and I am not the sword of any prophecy, and the first of your temple who tells my followers that I am will be put on the next ship home. I have seen where that road ends. I have walked to the end of it and burned what was there." She gentled, a fraction. Serve the living, red woman, and you may march at my side to the true war. Serve a prophecy about me, and you may serve it somewhere I cannot hear you. The acolyte, who had expected a goddess and found a general, bowed her head lower and rose and served, and never once forgot the difference, which was exactly the lesson Daenerys had meant to teach the whole burning faith of the East. By the time they reached the coast, she had 3 ships bought and 2 more promised, a host of a few hundred that would swell, she knew, at every stop along the road west, and a plan folded against her skin in a dead tongue. She stood at the rail of the largest ship as it came about into the wind, her son sleeping below and Drogon riding the mast like a black banner come alive, and she looked west across the wine-dark water toward a rock she could not yet see and a man who was waiting on it. "West," she said again to Jorah, to the wind, to him. "But slowly and cleverly, and we gather what we need on the road, because the true war is not the one anyone thinks. First these ships, then a rock in the narrow sea with a mountain of dragonglass in its cellars, where a man I once loved and once killed is going to meet me, and where the 2 of us are going to do a thing no one of my blood has ever done." She looked down at Drogon. "We are going to win, and then we are going to let go, both. That is the whole trick of it, Jorah. Anyone can win. It is the letting go that no one in my family has ever managed." He did not understand her. He would in time. She had grown used to being understood a season late. The news of it ran out across the world faster than any horse, the way only impossible news can run, carried in the mouths of terrified traders and drunk sailors and merchants who had seen the column of fire from a day's ride off. And it reached, in time, the ears it needed to reach. It reached Illyrio Mapades in Pentos, who read the report 3 times and then sat very still, recalculating a lifetime of careful scheming around a girl he had believed upon. It reached the powdered ear of Varys in King's Landing, who heard the words the last of the Targaryens has hatched 3 dragons on the Dothraki Sea, and felt the whole board he had been reading for 30 years tilt beneath him, and understood at last that the different game he had sensed being played had a second player he had never accounted for, and that she rode dragons. And the news reached the wall. Jon was on the ice when the rumor climbed up to him through the ranks of the watch, brought by a wildling captive who had heard it from a trader who had heard it from a sailor, the tale grown wild and enormous in the telling, a silver witch in the east who had walked into a fire and come out the mother of monsters. The men laughed at it, most of them. Sailors talk, grumpkins and snarks. Jon did not laugh. Jon stood at the edge of the great ice with the wind screaming past him and looked south and east across half a world he could not see, and let one honest breath go out of him into the cold. She had paid it. The price she had told him was coming. She had paid, and the payment had woken the fire, and now somewhere across all that dark water there were 3 dragons in the world again, and a woman who remembered the bells was turning them west toward him. He had not let himself fully believe it would work. That was a truth he could admit only to the wind. He had planned around its coming, because a man plans on his allies keeping faith, or he does not plan at all. But under the planning, there had been a cold, flat place in him that had watched her die in the ash once, and did not dare hope she could be reborn out of a different fire. Now the cold, flat place had been proven wrong, and Jon Snow stood on the wall with the whole weight of the coming war on his shoulders and found, to his own quiet surprise, that the shoulders had grown strong enough to carry it, because he was not carrying it alone. "Dragonstone," he said to the wind, to the ice, to the woman he could not see. "I'll be there. Bring them home." Then he turned and went down off the wall to do the 10,000 hard tasks that stood between this night and that meeting, because a man who let a wonder stop his hands was a man who did not deserve the wonder, and there was a whole north to ready and wildlings to win, and a dead army waking in the dark beyond the trees, and no time at all now to waste on standing still and marveling. The dragons had come. The war had a clock on it, and the clock had started, and the two people in all the world who knew what hour it truly was were finally, after a lifetime and a death, moving toward each other across the map. Chapter 4 in Chapter 5. The Wolf's Long Game. Jon proved the dead to the Watch before the Watch had the wit to fear them, and he did it with a corpse that would not stay a corpse. He had known the night it would come. 2 rangers lost beyond the wall in the autumn, Arthur and Jafer Flowers, their bodies found and hauled back to Castle Black and laid in the cold cells for the Maester to examine, blue-eyed and blue-handed and colder than the ground. Jon had lived this once. He knew that the cold would keep them and the dark would wake them, and that a dead thing with a captain's face would climb the stairs toward the Lord Commander's chamber with strangling in its heart. So this time Jon did not wait for the screaming. He posted himself outside Jeor Mormont's door with Ghost and a lit brazier and a skin of lamp oil, and he told the Watch on the door he had dreamed of a fire, and he waited, and when the thing that had been Arthur rose in the black hour and came up the stair, Jon met it with fire and did not flinch. It was ugly work. The dead do not bleed and do not tire and do not care what you cut from them, and a white will keep coming on a severed arm and a caved-in skull until the fire takes it, and the fire is the only mercy in it, for the killer and the killed both. The thing that had been a man got its dead hands around Jon's throat once, and the cold of it went into him like a memory of his own dying, and Ghost tore its arm off at the shoulder, and Jon put the brazier's coals into its chest and the lamp oil after, and burned it on the stones of the stair, while the Lord Commander stood in his doorway in his nightshirt with his sword forgotten in his hand, watching a bastard recruit destroy a horror that should not exist, moving without panic. As a man does a chore he has done before. When it was ash, Jeor Mormont looked at Jon for a long time in the guttering light. "You knew," the old bear said. "It was not a question." "I dreamed it," Jon said, which had become his one true lie, the answer he gave to the question no one could be told the whole answer to. "I've dreamed a lot of things, Lord Commander. Some of them wear ice for eyes. That is what's coming, and it does not care about crowns, and it will be at this wall inside 3 years, and we are not remotely ready for it." Mormont did not laugh at him. That was the difference a burning corpse made. A man who has watched a dead ranger try to strangle him in his own bed does not tell a boy that grumpkins are children's tales. "Then you had best help me get us ready," the old bear said heavily. "Gods help us all." And the next morning he made Jon his personal steward, his squire in all but name, the hand that carried his words and kept his ravens and stood at his shoulder in every council, which was precisely where Jon needed to be, and precisely where he had contrived, without ever once asking, to be put. That was the whole of Jon's strategy, laid bare in one night. He could not shout the truth and be believed. He could arrange for the truth to arrive on its own 2 dead feet, and be standing there with fire when it did, and let the men draw the conclusion themselves, and follow the man who had known. He rose in the Watch that winter faster than a bastard had any right to, because he was better at the work than men who had done it 20 years, and he made certain everyone understood it was the work and not his blood. He asked for the hardest rangings and came back from them alive with his men alive, which is the rarest and most valuable thing a leader can offer. He taught the recruits to fight the dead instead of each other, quietly folding dragonglass into the training, obsidian daggers. He had Donal Noy nap out under the story that the black stone held an edge that bit the cold things when steel would not. He built Sam into the Maester the wall would need, sat him down among the oldest books with a lamp and a mandate, and let the fat boy find on his own the passages about the children of the forest and the frozen fire and the long night, so that when Sam spoke of them it was a scholar's discovery and not a madman's claim. And when the great ranging went north, Jon went with it and steered it. In the life that no longer was, that ranging had ended in slaughter on a hill called the Fist of the First Men. 300 brothers of the Watch caught in the open by the dead in a blizzard, and butchered nearly to a man, the flower of the order left frozen, and rising on a hilltop while the survivors fled south with the horror at their heels. Jon had lost friends on that hill. He remembered the names. So this time, when the old bear's host reached the Fist and began to fortify it as a ranging fort, Jon spent 3 days and every ounce of the trust he had banked arguing the command out of holding there. "It's a death trap," he told Mormont and the senior rangers bluntly in the ringfort on the hill. "High ground is only high ground against an enemy that tires. This enemy doesn't tire and it doesn't climb, it swarms, and when the snow comes down thick enough that you can't see the man beside you, they'll come up this slope in the thousands and we'll die on our own wall in the dark. I've seen it." He tapped his temple. "In the dreams, every man on this hill, blue-eyed by morning. We do not winter on the Fist. We fall back to the wall and we make them come to us where the ice is at our backs and the fire is stacked and ready." They did not all believe him, but enough of them had seen a dead man burn on a stair, and the old bear trusted his strange steward, and the host came down off the Fist of the First Men and fell back toward the wall in good order, grumbling whole. 11 days later, the storm the free folk called the Cold Breath came down out of the north, and the dead came with it, and the host of the Watch met them not scattered and surprised on an open hill, but in a fighting retreat toward stacked fire and dragonglass. And they lost men. They always lost men. But they lost tens where they had once lost hundreds. And they reached the wall with their order intact and a hard, blooded certainty in every survivor that the boy who dreamed of Ice-Side dead had been right about all of it. For knowledge, Jon thought, watching the last of the retreat come in through the gate at Castle Black, was not a sword you swung. It was a place you chose to stand. Stand in the right place, and the future broke against you instead of over you. He had learned that lesson at the base of a broken tower with a rope in his hands, and every season since had only carved it deeper. But before Dragonstone there was Mance, because a war against the dead could not be won with the living divided by a wall of ice. Jon had learned this at the cost of everything. In the world that no longer was, the Watch and the free folk had bled each other white for years, while the true enemy gathered strength in the dark. And by the time the living understood they had to stand together, half of them were already dead and marching in the other army. He would not lose those years again. So he went to the king beyond the wall, not as a captured turncloak playing a part, but as an envoy carrying a truth, and the truth was the White's ash still ground into the creases of his hands. He went with Tormund, as it happened, because Tormund found him first. The free folk had taken to raiding the abandoned Watch castles that winter, and Jon walked out beyond the wall under a peace branch to talk instead of fight. And a mountain of a man with a red beard and a bigger laugh came down off the ridge to look at the lone crow who wanted words, and decided, on the spot, that the crow was either the bravest or the stupidest he had ever met, and that either way it would be a waste to kill him before finding out which. Tormund Giantsbane took Jon to Mance, and along the 3-day walk the two of them fell to talking, and by the end of it the wildling had decided that this crow was the first one he'd ever met who talked about the dead like a man who'd smelled them, and that was a thing worth a great deal beyond the wall, where the dead were not a story. "You're a strange crow, little lord," Tormund told him, around a fire, gnawing a bone. "You look at a man like you've already buried him and dug him up again." "I have," Jon said, "in the dreams." "Ha, dreams." Tormund pointed the bone at him. My grandmother dreamed true, died of it mostly but true. You've got the look of her at the end. Like the world already happened once and nobody told you it was going to happen again. He shook his shaggy head. I don't envy you that, Crow. Knowing. Worst thing in the world, knowing. It has its uses, Jon said, and Tormund laughed, and something between the two of them settled into the shape it had worn in another life, the shape of a friendship that would outlast the war. Mance Rayder was a hard, clever, weary man who had once worn the black himself and left it for the freedom beyond the wall, and he had spent years hammering 100 warring wildling clans into a single host for one reason only, to get his people south of the ice before the dead came for them. Jon knew that. Jon had always known it, even when they had been killing each other over it. So he sat down across a fire from Mance in a hide tent full of suspicious spearwives and said the thing no crow had ever said to Mance Rayder. You're right, Jon told him. About all of it. The dead are coming, they're coming this winter, and the wall won't stop them, and your people will die in the cold and get up again and march south in the Night King's host unless someone opens the gate and lets you through while you're still breathing. I'm the someone. I've come to open the gate. Mance studied him over the flames with the flat wariness of a man who had been lied to by clever crows his whole life. And your watch, your Lord Commander, they'll just stand aside and let 100,000 free folk walk through the wall they've spent 8,000 years keeping us behind. No, Jon said. Not gladly, not all at once. It'll take everything I have to make it happen, and it'll cost me, and there are men in black who'll call it the blackest treason and try to put a knife in me for it. He said this without drama, because he had felt those knives once, in another life, going in one after another while men he'd led said for the watch. But it will happen, because the alternative is that we all die apart instead of living together, and I have seen the alternative, Mance. I have seen exactly how it ends. Let me show your people a different ending. Something passed between the two men across the fire, two leaders who had each given their whole lives to keeping people breathing, and Mance Rayder, who trusted no crow, found that he half-trusted this one, because this one talked about the dead as the free folk did, as a fact and not a fireside tale, and because there was a thing in the young man's gray eyes that Mance had only ever seen in the very old, a look of having already lost everything once and come back anyway. You're a strange crow, Jon Snow, Mance said at last. I'm the strangest one you'll ever meet, Jon agreed. Now, let's talk about how we save your people, and mine, and everyone's, and do it before the snows close the passes. They talked until the fire burned low, and then until it burned out, and by dawn they had the bones of a thing no one on either side of the wall had ever managed, a peace with terms, with hostages given both ways as surety, with the free folk to be settled in the empty gift and sworn not to the watch but to the war, their spears added to the wall, in exchange for their lives. It would take a year to make it real, and it would nearly break Jon to hold it together. But it began that night, in a hide tent, between two hard men who had each been carrying the whole weight of the world alone, and were relieved past speaking to find in each other someone who understood the size of it. The old alliances came with it, the ones the free folk had kept when the kneelers forgot. A giant named One Weg One Dar One, 14 feet of shaggy muscle who could tear a castle gate off its hinges, lumbered south with the host and became, in time, a thing worth 10 war engines on any wall, and in the deep of the haunted forest, at a hill with a cave beneath a weirwood, a handful of the children of the forest still lived, the last of them, keepers of the oldest magic, and Jon sent Sam and a guard to them with gifts and questions, and they gave back knowledge no Meister in Old Town had held for an age, how the others were made, and how they might be unmade, the whole shape of the enemy set down at last in a hand that meant to use it. Ygritte was there, of course. She was always going to be there. She was exactly as he remembered her, red hair kissed by fire, quick and fierce, and full of a life that had, in the world that no longer was, bled out into the snow with an arrow of her own people's making in her, and his name on her lips, and the 4 words he had carried for a lifetime after. You know nothing, Jon Snow. He had loved her once honestly in the way of the young, before he had ever heard the name Daenerys. Seeing her alive again put a hand around his heart and squeezed. He did not do to her what he had done the first time. He did not let her believe there was a road for the 2 of them that ended anywhere but grief. He was kind and he was honest, and when she looked at him as she had once looked at him, warm and daring and half a challenge, he told her the truth, or as much of it as he could give, that his heart was already promised across the sea to a cause and a person he could not explain, and that he would be a friend to her and a shield to her people for the rest of his life, but that he would not lie to her to keep her warm, because she deserved better than a warm lie. She was angry. She was ignorant. Anger was how she loved, but she was also, under the anger, a woman who valued a straight word above almost anything the free folk did, and a crow who would not lie to get her into his furs was a novelty worth more than a crow who would. You still know nothing, she told him, fierce and wet-eyed at the last. But you're less of a liar than the rest of your kind, and I'll take that, Jon Snow. I'll fight beside you against the cold things. And when it's done, you'll dance at my wedding to a better man than you, and you'll be glad of it. I will, Jon said, and meant it, and something old and painful in him healed a little to say it and be believed. He had learned, at last, the thing his first life had failed to teach him, that you could love people and let them go, that letting go was not the same as losing, and that a man who tried to hold everything ended up in the ash, holding nothing at all. It was the same lesson Daenerys was learning across the sea, from the other end, and the fact that the 2 of them kept arriving at it separately, on opposite sides of the world, felt to Jon like the truest sign they had that they might, this time, get it right. The peace cost him, as he had known it would. Bringing the free folk south through the wall broke 8,000 years of the Watch's purpose, and there were black brothers who would rather die, and see everyone die, than open the gate to the wildlings they had spent their lives hating. Alliser Thorne and the ones like him began to whisper the word they always whispered. Turncloak, wildling lover, traitor, and Jon felt the old knives being sharpened in the dark, the mutiny that had killed him once taking its slow shape again. This time he did not walk into it blind. He knew the men who would hold the daggers, and he knew the night they would choose, and he did not, this time, present them a lone commander at a notice board with his guards sent away. He had Ghost. He had Tormund and 100 loyal free folk quartered inside the wall by then, men who owed Jon their families' lives and would gut anyone who moved on him. And he had, most of all, the old bear's open backing, because Jeor Mormont had watched a dead man try to strangle him, and had decided that a steward who could see the true war coming was worth more than 100 brothers who could only see the old grudge. So when the knives came out, in the yard, on a black winter night, they came out into torchlight and a ring of spears, and the ringleaders found themselves not standing over a dying leader but kneeling in the snow with wildling blades at their throats and the old bear's cold eyes on them. Jon did not butcher them, though the law and his memory both would have allowed it. He hanged the 2 who had drawn steel, because a leader who will not hang a murderer is a leader men stop fearing, and he sent Thorne and the loudest of the rest south to the other castles under guard, scattered and toothless. And he stood in the yard afterward with the free folk and the black brothers who had chosen the future over the grudge, and he did not celebrate, because there is nothing to celebrate in hanging men you once called brother. He simply went back to work. There was always more work. That was the mercy and the curse of it. Dragonglass came up out of the ground and into the armories of the Watch, crate by crate, obsidian daggers and spearheads and arrowheads by the 1,000. Sam cross-referencing the old texts on how the children of the forest had worked it. The wildlings settled the gift. the empty land south of the wall the Watch had held for centuries and never peopled, and began, warily, to become the wall's shield instead of its enemy. And the two dead armies that had once fought each other into the grave, the Watch and the Free Folk, began, a full year early, to become one host facing the right direction at last. He paid for the peace in coin that did not show on any ledger, and he let himself feel the weight of it exactly once, alone on the wall at night, where a leader is allowed to be a man. Hanging the two mutineers had been the right thing, and it had also been the killing of men he had trained and eaten beside, men who were wrong and frightened and not, in the whole accounting, evil, only unable to see past a grudge 8,000 years deep. Jon had given the order without a tremor, because a tremor in front of the men would have cost more lives than the two on the rope. But afterward, in the dark, with Ghost's heavy warmth against his leg and the wind coming down off the top of the world, he stood where the ice met the sky and let himself understand what he was becoming again, the thing he had been the first time and swore he would carry more honestly the second. A man who spent lives to save more lives, and knew the exact price of everyone and paid it anyway, and did not get to set the weight of it down. That's the job, he told the wind or Ghost or the dead men or the woman across the world who was carrying the same ledger from the other end. Nobody warns you. Everybody thinks command is glory. It's arithmetic. It's deciding whose child doesn't come home so that 10 other children do, and then living in the same skin as the man who decided it. He was quiet a while. She knows. That's the one mercy in it. There's one other person alive who knows exactly what this costs, and she's counting the same coin on the far side of the sea, and neither of us is doing it alone. That's the whole difference. That's the only thing that keeps the arithmetic from turning a man to ice. Then he went down off the wall to do the next hard thing, and the one after that, because the ravens did not stop coming and the dead did not stop marching for a man who needed a night to grieve, and the only way through a war was through it, one bearable, unbearable choice at a time. South of all that, in Winterfell, Robb Stark was becoming a man Jon had never quite let himself know the first time, and the letters between the two brothers did a quiet work of their own. Jon wrote to Robb as a bastard brother wary of a hard winter, but the warnings were exact, and Robb was no fool. He heard, under the talk of raiders and cold, a brother telling him to fill the granaries, to nap dragonglass, to keep the northern lords close and their grudges cooled, to trust nothing that came out of the south wearing a smile. And Robb, who loved Jon and had always half suspected his base-born brother was the cleverer of the two of them, did these things, and did not know he was arming the North for a war that would come from a direction no herald announced. When the Raven came south with word that dead men had risen at the wall and the Watch had burned them, Robb Stark did not laugh it off as the southern lords would have. His brother had told him it was coming. His brother had never once, in either of their lives, been wrong about a thing he said plainly. So the North, alone of the 7 kingdoms, began quietly to ready itself for the dead, a year before any king in the South had troubled to look up from the Game of Thrones. Jon had not planned every piece of that, but he had planted the seeds of it in 100 careful letters, and now, in the deep of winter, they were coming up green, and he let himself count that too once, as a thing achieved. Then the Raven came from the south, and the war he had been holding at arm's length reached out and took hold of him. He had known this hour was coming. Robert Baratheon dead of a boar and a wineskin, exactly on the day his memory had marked. Ned Stark, Hand of the King, moving to do the honorable, doomed thing, and Cersei Lannister moving faster. The letter that reached the wall was short, and it was Robb's, and it said that their father had been taken, arrested for treason on the steps of the throne room, that the boy King Joffrey held him in a cell beneath the Red Keep, and that Robb was calling the banners of the North to march south and free him, and that he was asking his brother at the wall for his sword and his counsel. Jon stood with the letter in the cold and felt the whole of his 2 lives narrow to a single point. This was the trap. This was the exact hinge on which everything had turned the first time, the moment Ned's honor walked him onto the block, and the North poured south into a war it would win in the field and lose at a wedding table. He had known it was coming for 2 years. He had planned for it in 100 letters. And now it was here, and the plan had to leave the page and become men and horses and blood. And Jon Snow discovered, standing on the wall with his brother's desperate words in his hand, that all the foreknowledge in the world does not make the hour it arrives any less like a blade against the throat. He wrote 3 letters that night fast, in 3 different hands. The first was to Robb, and it said, "Do not march south yet, and whatever you do, do not let them crown you a king in the field, for that road ends at a wedding table with our mother's blood on it, and I will explain when I can. Hold the north 1 moon longer. Trust me as you have never trusted me. The hand can be saved, but not by 10,000 northern spears breaking themselves against King's Landing." The second was to Dany in the dead tongue, and it said, "It is beginning. The hand is taken. The hour we planned for is here. I am coming to Dragonstone, and I am bringing everything, and then we are going to reach into the south together and pull my father off the block before it falls. Be ready." The third he wrote to the old bear, resigning nothing, promising to return, asking leave to ride south on the business of the realm's survival, leave that Jeor Mormont, who understood by now that his strange steward was playing a game vaster than the watch, granted with a grip of the forearm and a single rough word: live. Then Jon Snow went down off the wall he had spent 2 lifetimes serving, with Ghost at his heel and Tormund's rough blessing at his back and a fortune in dragonglass loaded onto pack horses, and turned south and east toward a rock in the narrow sea, toward the meeting he had been moving toward since the morning he woke in the yard at Winterfell, toward a woman with silver hair and 3 dragons and the same ghosts he carried. He rode hard through the winter dark, and he did not let himself think, yet, about what it would be to stand in front of her in the flesh after everything, the loving and the killing and the ash and the snow and the slow thaw of 100 letters. There would be time for that on the rock. For now there was only the road and the clock and his father in a cell under a hostile city, and a promise Jon meant to keep this time if it cost him the second life he had been given. Hold the north 1 moon longer, he had written to Robb, and hold on, he had written to Dany, and both of those were the same thing he had been telling himself since the second waking. Hold on. The help is coming. You are not alone this time. Somewhere to the south, a good man sat in the dark waiting for a headsman, not knowing that his base-born son had spent 2 lifetimes learning exactly how to steal a condemned man off the block. Somewhere to the east, a queen was turning 3 dragons toward the setting sun, and on the King's Road in the snow, riding to meet her, a man who had once ended the world with a kiss and a knife let himself believe, at last, that this time the 2 of them might just save it instead. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. 2 ashes meet Dragonstone rose out of the gray sea like a thing built by something that hated men. All black stone and dragon-shaped towers and gargoyles worn to teeth by 10,000 years of salt wind. And Daenerys Targaryen stood on the high terrace above the beach and watched a single ship come in out of the north and could not make her hands be still. She had taken the island without a fight. That had been the first of her foreknowledge spent in the west, and she had spent it well. Stannis Baratheon had held this rock the first time, grim and joyless and bound to a red woman's fire, and Daenerys had known his moves before he made them, known that he had drawn his garrison thin, and sailed for the mainland to break himself against the walls of another man's capital. She had come across the narrow sea with her dragons and her red priests, and her few hard hundreds grown to a few thousand, and she had landed on the ancestral seat of her house, while its lord was away losing a war she remembered him losing. And the small garrison had looked up at 3 dragons wheeling over the black towers and decided that the last Targaryen could have her ancestral home back with their compliments. She had not burned a soul for it. That, too, she had counted once as a thing achieved. Now she stood on the terrace where her ancestors had stood, in a gown the color of ash and flame, and watched the northern ship drop its sails and come into the harbor below, and told herself, in the flat, commanding voice she used on frightened men and frightened parts of herself alike, to be still. It did not work. Some things foreknowledge could not steady. She had died with this man's knife in her heart and his mouth on hers, and she had spent the whole span of a life afterward in the country past death, turning that last moment over and over. The love and the betrayal folded so tight together she had never managed to pull them apart. Then she had woken, and written to him for 2 years in a dead tongue, and learned him again, letter by letter, until the man on the page was as real to her as the man who had killed her. And now the man was climbing out of a longboat onto her beach in the flesh, and the page and the knife and the 2 years of dead-tongue confessions were all about to become a single person walking up the black stone stair toward her, and Daenerys found that she, who had faced dragons and khals and the fire itself without flinching, was not entirely certain she could face this. "You have looked at that ship for an hour, Khaleesi," said Ser Jorah beside her, quiet. He had grown used to her strangeness over the long road west, her way of knowing things she could not know, her habit of speaking to the horizon as if it owed her answers. He did not understand who was on the ship. He only understood that his queen, who was afraid of nothing, was afraid of this. "Whoever he is only a man." "No," Daenerys said. "He is the only other person in the world who is not." She went down to meet him anyway. A queen who could not walk down her own stair to greet the one soul who understood her had no business calling herself a queen. Jon saw her from the beach before she reached the bottom of the stair and stopped, and stood in the surf with the cold water running over his boots and did not feel it. He had rehearsed this. On the whole long road south he had rehearsed what he would say to her, the strategy of the meeting, the plan they had to lay, the traps and the dates and the dead. And all of it went out of him at once, all the rehearsal, because there she was, small and straight and silver against the black stone, coming down toward him with the gray sea light on her, alive, alive. When the last time he had seen her face it had been going still under his hand in a room full of ash. Ghost pressed against his leg and made his one soft sound. Behind Jon the northern sailors were unloading crates of dragon glass, and pretending not to watch their strange lord stand frozen in the tide. Jon did not move until she reached the sand, and then he did, one step and stopped again, because there were no words. 2 years of words in a dead language, and now, in the living air with her 3 strides away, there were none. It was Daenerys who spoke first, because one of them had to, and because she had learned that the fastest way through a thing you dreaded was to walk straight into it. "You look older than your face," she said. Her voice was steady. Only he who knew her would have heard what it cost her to make it so. "I did too, they tell me. Old eyes in a young face, it frightens people." "It should," Jon said. His own voice came out rough. "We're the 2 most frightening people alive, we just don't look it yet." And then, because the thing between them was too large to be carried on cleverness for long, he said the true thing, the only thing, the words he had not been able to write even in a dead tongue. "I'm sorry, for all of it, for the knife. I know sorry is nothing against that. But I've carried it 2 lifetimes, and I needed to say it to your face, and now I have, and you can do with it whatever you want." Daenerys looked at him for a long moment, the gray eyes and the dark hair and the old weariness in a young man's body, and she felt the 2 years of letters and the 2 lifetimes of grief and the single unbearable moment of the knife all settle into their true weight, which was heavy and survivable and hers. "I forgave you a year ago," she said. In a letter I never sent, because it seemed like a thing I should say with my own mouth or not at all. She closed the last of the distance between them and reached up and laid her palm flat against the side of his face, and he leaned into it before he knew he was doing it, and neither of them wept, because they had each done all their weeping in lives that no longer were. You did the right thing, Jon Snow. That is the worst part. You put a knife in the woman you loved because she had become a thing that needed a knife, and you were right, and being right cost you everything, and then they sent you back to do it all again. We are not going to do it all again. Do you hear me? That is the whole of why we are both alive. Say it. We're not going to do it again, Jon said. No, she said. We are going to do something no one of my blood or yours has ever managed. We are going to win, and then we are going to walk away from the winning before it turns us into the thing that needs the knife. Together, where the other one can see it coming. Her thumb moved once against his cheekbone. I have been so alone, Jon. Both lives. Even with a whole world kneeling to me, I was the loneliest creature under the sky. And then you started writing to me in a dead language, and I stopped being alone, and I did not know how much I had needed that until it came. I know, Jon said. I've read your letters 1,000 times each. I know exactly how much. They stood together on the black beach with the cold sea running around their feet. Two people who had ended a world between them and been given the impossible mercy of a second try. And above them, on the wind, 3 dragons wheeled and cried out, and the sound of it was like the sky itself remembering how to sing. Behind them, Sir Jorah Mormont stood in the shallows and stared, because he had recognized at last the sigil on the northern ship and the gray, stark eyes of the young man his queen was touching like the other half of herself, and could not begin to understand what he was seeing, and had the wisdom, for once, to hold his questions until they were asked for. She showed him the caves that first night, before anything else, because she wanted him to see the thing that mattered more than either of them. Deep under Dragonstone, where the black rock ran down toward the fires at the root of the island, there was a cavern of dragonglass, a whole frozen sea of it, obsidian in veins and sheets and great glittering falls, more of the frozen fire than existed anywhere else in the known world. Daenerys led him down into it by torchlight with the dragon's warmth breathing up from somewhere below, and Jon walked into that black glittering dark, and understood that the war against the dead had just become winnable in a way it had never been the first time. There's enough here to arm every man in the north twice over, he said, running his hand over a cold, smooth face of it. The first time, we scraped for every scrap of this. We sent men to die for a cartload, and it was here, all of it, under a rock in the narrow sea, that everyone was too busy fighting over a chair to remember mattered. That is the whole of the Game of Thrones in one cavern, Daenerys said, holding the torch high. Everything anyone needed to survive was always there, and they spent themselves killing each other over who got to sit in the chair, while the real enemy walked in the open door. She moved the light along the wall, and there, cut into the black stone by hands 10,000 years dead, were the drawings, the spiral figures the children of the forest had carved when the world was young, men and children of the forest standing together against a rank of figures with stars for eyes. The children left these, a warning and a memory. The living stood together against the dead once, at the dawn of the world, men and children of the forest with dragonglass in their hands, and they won. Then men forgot and started killing each other over crowns, and the dead came back to find them divided. We are not going to be divided this time. That is the one thing we have that no one who came before us had. We know how the story ends if we fail, because we have already failed it once. Jon looked at the ancient carvings a long while, the spiral, the standing figures, the star-eyed dead. Sam found drawings like these under the wall, he said. In another life, too late to matter. It's strange seeing them here in time. He turned to her in the torchlight, and the black glass threw the flame back at them from 1,000 facets, and the two of them stood in the buried heart of the island surrounded by the frozen fire that would save the world. We can actually do this, can't we? Not just save my father, not just stop the war, beat the dead, break the game, all of it. We can actually do it. We can, said Daenerys, if we are patient and clever, and if neither of us ever once picks up the torch out of grief. That is the only way we lose now, not to the Lannisters, not to the dead, to ourselves. She held his eyes in the black glass light. You will watch me for it, and I will watch you. That is the bargain under all the other bargains. Swear it to me here in front of the thing that matters, and I will believe it more than any vow sworn in a September. I swear it, Jon said. If you ever reach for the torch, I'll be there, and not with a knife this time, with my hand on your arm and your own worst memory in my mouth until you come back. That's the difference. Last time I only had the knife. This time I have the words, and I have 2 years of your letters, and I have you looking back at me. I won't need the knife again. I'll get to you before it ever comes to that. Daenerys looked at him for a moment in the dark, and something in her that had been braced for 2 lifetimes let go, and she reached out and took his hand in the cold and the black glass, and did not say anything at all, because some things are too large for even a dead language, and are best carried in silence between 2 people who already know. What passed between them that night belonged to them, and to the black stone and the sea wind and the 2 lifetimes they had crossed to reach it, and it is not for the telling. It is enough to say that 2 people who had each been the loneliest creature under the sky were, for one night not, that grief made room for a few hours for something warmer, and that when the gray dawn came up over the narrow sea, the war they woke to plan was a war they would plan side by side, and neither of them from that morning on was ever again alone with the worst thing they knew. Regal came down to look at Jon in that dawn, and confirmed in the daylight what the dark had already known. The green dragon dropped out of the pale sky onto the terrace where they stood, bronze-veined and vast, the size of a war-horse and growing, and folded its wings and put its enormous head down, and regarded Jon Snow out of one molten eye the color of the sunrise behind it. Jorah, who had come to find his queen and her strange guest, went white and reached for a sword he knew was useless. Daenerys did not move. She knew what Jon was, the tower in Dorne and the bed of blood and the dying woman's promise, the whole tangled truth of his blood they had written to each other years ago in the dead tongue. But knowing a thing and watching a dragon bow its head to it were different, and something moved in her face as Jon reached out his bare hand and laid it against the green dragon's snout, and Regal made a low sound, deep as a struck bell, and pressed into the touch and accepted him. Jorah made a strangled sound. That's not. A dragon doesn't. Who is he? He is the last son of the last dragon prince, Daenerys said, watching Jon and the dragon, her voice quiet. Rhaegar's son, hidden all these years under a Stark bastard's name. My brother's boy, my blood, and the only other person alive who remembers how the song ends. She looked at her old knight, at the shock and the dawning understanding on his weathered face. The world would make something ugly of what he is to me, Jorah, if it knew all of it. So the world will not know all of it. He is my blood and my ally and the second half of a thing that has been broken for 2 lifetimes, and that is all the world needs to be told, and all it will get. Jorah looked at the young man with his hand on the dragon, and at his queen watching the young man, and he was not a fool, and something in him that had loved her hopelessly for years quietly closed a door and set itself instead to the work of loyalty, which was the truer thing anyway. Then he had best be worth you, Jorah said gruffly. That is all I will say. He had best be worth you, or he will answer to an old bear. He is, said Daenerys. He killed me once when I needed killing, and it broke him worse than it broke me. There is no one in the world I trust more to hold the knife and never use it. Now come, both of you. There is a father to save and a war to end, and the tide of it turns today. They walked the black beach at dawn before the council, because there were things easier to say with the sea for a witness than a carved map, and the first of them was logistics, which is the least romantic word in any language and the one that wins wars. The glass has to go north before anything else, Jon said, watching the tide pull at the black sand. All of it. Every crate out of those caves, onto every ship you can spare, up the coast to White Harbor and inland to Winterfell, and from there to the Wall. It's a season of sailing at least, and we don't have a season to spare, so it starts today, before we've even dealt with my father, because dead men don't wait for us to finish saving live ones. He was thinking aloud, the tactician surfacing through the grief. And we send Sam's list south at the same time. Every Valyrian blade in the realm, gathered by whatever means, promises or gold or asking nicely. When the dead come, I want an army that can actually kill them, not one that dies bravely and joins the other side by morning. You'll have it, Daenerys said. I have gold and ships and a faith full of believers who will carry your crates on their backs and thank me for the honor. That's the one thing being a legend is good for. People move mountains for you and don't send a bill. She stopped and looked at the gray water and let the tactician in her rest a moment. It's strange. The first time, I spent everything I had trying to take a kingdom, and I got the kingdom and lost everything I had. This time I'm going to spend everything I have giving a kingdom away, and I think it might be the first thing I've ever done that my mother, if I'd known her, would have been proud of. Jon took her hand on the black beach with the dragons waking on the towers above them, and did not say anything clever, because she had not asked for clever. He only held on, and watched the sun come up out of the narrow sea over a plan that might, this time, actually save the world instead of ending it, and let the quiet stand between them as its own kind of promise. They laid the whole plan out on the painted table, the great carved map of Westeros that Aegon the Conqueror had made 300 years before, and it was the strangest war council in the history of the world, because two of its members already knew the future, and both of them were there to break it. Your father first, Daenerys said, standing over the carved capital with her finger on the little painted red keep. That is the hinge. The first time, he dies on the steps of Baelor's Sept, and the North rises to avenge him, and Robb wins every battle and loses the war at a wedding, and by the end House Stark is broken and scattered, and the North is a Bolton fief. All of it flows from that one head coming off, so the head does not come off. Cersei doesn't want him dead, Jon said, tracing the road south. She wants him to confess treason and take the black, disgraced, sent to the Wall out of the way. It's the boy king who wants the head. Joffrey. He does it on a whim against every council because he's a vicious child with a crown and no one has ever told him number if we can reach the day of the sentencing and take Joffrey's choice away from him. Ned lives, and the whole war never lights. Then we take the choice away. Daenerys moved her hand across the map to Dragonstone, then drew a line to the capital, short across the water. I am half a day's sail from King's Landing with 3 dragons. The first time, I spent years crossing the world to reach that city, and arrived so full of grief and so starved of allies that when I finally got there I burned it. This time I am already here, rested, sane, with a man beside me who remembers the bells. We do not need to burn anything. We need to arrive over that city with 3 dragons before the sentencing, and give the boy king and his mother a choice that is not really a choice. The hand of the king walks free and sails north, or Dragonstone remembers that it was Targaryens who built the Red Keep, and can unbuild it. Jon looked at her across the table. That's a threat that only works if you're willing to make good on it, and we've both sworn we won't burn cities. We won't, she said. But they don't know that. That is the whole art of a dragon, Jon. It is a threat so large that you never have to use it if you are careful and if you are wise, and if you never once let your own grief pick up the torch. I will hold the fire over their heads, and I will not drop it, and they will not know that I would sooner die than drop it, and your father will walk out of that city alive, and the war will not come." She paused. "And there is one more thing we do while we are over that city. Something I could not do the first time because I did not know it was there until it was too late, until it was under my own dragon's belly, singing to the worst part of me." Jon met her eyes and understood. "The wildfire." "The wildfire," Daenerys said. "The Mad King's caches." Aerys packed the tunnels under King's Landing with hundreds of jars of it before the sack, enough to burn every soul in the city to ash, and he died before he could light it, and it has been sitting under that city ever since, forgotten by everyone but the men who die guarding secrets. The first time at the end, when my mind was a ruin of grief and betrayal, I flew over that city and I could feel it down there in the dark, all that green fire waiting, and some broken part of me wanted to be the one to finish what my father started. Her voice did not shake. She had made her peace with the worst thing she knew, and speaking it plainly was how she kept it small. "So this time we find the caches first, while I am sane and you are beside me, and we dig them up and we drown them in the sea, jar by jar, and we take the doomsday out from under that city before anyone's grief can reach for it. Yours, mine, or Cersei's. She dreams of it too, you know. At the end, she meant to burn the city rather than lose it. We are going to take the fire away from all three of us before any of us can become the thing that lights it." Jon stood over the painted table and looked at the woman across it, at the plan she had built out of the wreckage of her own worst hour, and felt something that was not quite awe and not quite love and was made of both. "And Robb," he said, "the Red Wedding. Even if we save my father, Robb's already called the banners. The Freys and the Boltons are already the knife waiting in the dark." "Then we take the knife out of the dark," said Daenerys. The first time, the Red Wedding worked because it came as a surprise at a table under guest right, when Robb had made himself weak by breaking a marriage promise to Walder Frey. "You will write to your brother, and you will tell him 3 things plainly, as the one man he trusts past all reason. Keep the marriage pact with the Freys. Never sit at a Frey's table without your own men holding the doors. And watch Roose Bolton, because Roose Bolton is already writing letters to the enemy. He will not understand how you know. He does not have to. He only has to do it, and a wedding that drowned the North in its own blood becomes a wedding where the wine is only wine." She moved a carved piece across the map north toward the twins. "We do not fight the trap. We tell the mouse where the trap is, and the mouse walks around it, and the trapper grows old wondering why the cheese was never taken. And the trapper himself," Jon said, "Littlefinger, Baelish. He's the spider at the center of half of it. The catspaw with the dagger, the poison that killed Jon or Ryn, the lie that lit the war between Stark and Lannister. He built the whole board we're trying to overturn." "Petter Baelish," said Daenerys, and there was no heat in it, only the flat assessment of a general naming a fortress. "We do not need to kill him, though it may come to that. We need to take away the thing he trades in, which is other people's ignorance. He wins by knowing what no one else knows and selling it dear. We know more than he does. We know the whole book. The first time he ever sets one of his little schemes against us, we will already be standing at the end of it waiting, and we will let him understand quietly that his game is over, that there is a player at the table now who has read the last page. Men like Baelish do not fear death. They fear irrelevance. We will make him irrelevant, and if he cannot bear it and reaches for the knife anyway, then he can have the ending he earned. But cleanly, without a war, without a field of fire." Jon stood over the painted table and looked at the whole carved breadth of the realm, at the capital and the twins and the wall, at the game laid out in painted wood, and at the woman across from him who had planned its unmaking through 2 lifetimes of grief. "Win and let go," he said. "That's still the hard part. Not the war, not the dead, the letting go. When it's all done and the crown is right there and every voice in the world is telling us to take it. That's the part that broke us both last time." "That is the part," Daenerys agreed, and the fierceness in her went quiet, and what was under it was the thing they had both been reaching for across 2 lives and a dead language. "And that is why there are 2 of us this time. You will hold to it when I falter, and I will hold to it when you do, and between the 2 of us there will never be a single hour when the game has both of us in its grip at once. That is the whole of the plan, Jon Snow. Win and let go together where the other one can see it coming." She put her hand over his on the carved map. "Can you hold to it?" Jon thought about the last time, the ash, the throne of melted swords, the woman dead in his arms, and the long cold exile after, and then he thought about a rope in his hands at the base of a broken tower, and a falling boy who did not have to break, and 2 years of letters in a dead tongue, and a green dragon bowing its head to his bare hand in the dawn. "I can hold to it," he said. "I've held to harder things with less, and this time I'm not holding alone." He turned his hand under hers so their fingers laced together over the whole painted realm they meant to save and then refuse. "Win and let go. Together. Where the other one can see it coming. Where the other one can see it coming." Daenerys agreed, and outside the black windows the dragons cried out into the risen sun, and the 2 people in all the world who knew what hour it truly was set the last of their plan and turned, at last, to the work of saving everything, and then giving it away. Chapter 6. In Chapter 7. Dismantling the traps, they came to King's Landing out of the rising sun on the morning Eddard Stark was to die, and the whole city looked up and forgot to breathe. Daenerys flew Drogon, black and vast against the pink dawn, and the beat of his wings rolled over the rooftops like slow thunder. Regal carried Jon, green and bronze, close on her flank, because a green dragon had bowed its head to a Stark bastard on a black terrace, and the 2 had taken to the sky together as though the sky had been waiting for them. Viserion wheeled above and behind, cream and gold, riderless and enormous, a third shadow the size of a galley crossing the sun. 3 dragons over King's Landing, the first the city had seen in 150 years, and below them the bells began, not the bells of surrender that had once haunted a queen's ruin, but the frightened, jangling, out-of-time bells of a city that has looked up and seen the return of a thing it thought safely dead. On the steps of the great sept of Baelor, where a crowd had gathered to watch a traitor lose his head, the proceedings stopped. Jon had been on those steps once in memory. He had heard the story so many times it lived behind his eyes, his father in chains, gaunt and gray, giving the false confession that was meant to buy his life, and the boy King Joffrey deciding, on a whim, in front of a screaming crowd, to take the head anyway. Jon had carried the color the world went that day for 2 lifetimes. He was not going to hear the story a second time. He was going to be in it. Drogon came down over the sept in a slow, deliberate descent, and the crowd broke and ran and fell over itself, and Daenerys did not burn a single one of them. That was the discipline she had crossed 2 lifetimes to learn. A lesser dragon and a lesser rider would have made a statement in fire. She made hers in shadow and thunder and the plain, overwhelming fact of the thing, and it was louder than any flame. Drogon settled his bulk across the whole of Baelor's square, wings mantling, and put his enormous head down level with the platform, where a gaunt man knelt in chains beside a headsman with a greatsword. And from the dragon's back Daenerys, Targaryen looked down at the child king and his golden mother and the whole apparatus of the game, and spoke in a voice the dragon made vast. "Joffrey of the House Baratheon," she said, and let the wrongness of the name hang in the air a moment, because she and everyone worth telling knew it was a lie, and Cersei of the House Lannister. I am Daenerys Stormborn of the house Targaryen, the last living child of the kings who built the keep you cower in. I have not come for your chair. Hear me, because I will say it once. You are going to release the Lord Eddard Stark, whole and unharmed, into my keeping. You are going to let him sail north to his home. And in exchange, I am not going to remind this city what a Targaryen and 3 dragons once did to the men who murdered my family. That is the whole of the offer. It expires when I lose my patience, and I have very little of it, and your headsman is standing very close to a man I want alive. Cersei Lannister, to her lasting credit, did not flinch, even with a dragon's eye the size of a shield fixed on her son. She was cold and clever, and she understood force better than anyone in that square. And she understood, looking up at the impossible thing on the steps, that she had lost this particular hand, and that the art of losing a hand is to lose only the hand. She began to speak the words that would give Ned to the dragon and keep her son's throne under him. And Joffrey, who had never once in his short vicious life been told no, and could not understand a threat he did not personally feel, screamed at the headsman to strike. What happened next happened in less time than it takes to tell it, and Jon lived every fraction of it stretched out like wire. Sir Ilyn Payne, the king's justice who had no tongue and asked no questions, and did what a crowned child told him, swung the greatsword ice, Ned Stark's own ancestral blade, turned now against his neck. He swung it because a king commanded it, and because men like Ilyn Payne have made their peace with being the hand and never the head. And Jon Snow came off Rhaegal's back in a green blur, and was moving before the sword reached the top of its arc. He had known this might happen. He had planned for a vicious child to do the one thing no reasonable player would do, because he had learned, at the cost of everything, that the deadliest thing on any board is a fool who cannot read it. He hit the platform running, and he did not go for the king, and he did not go for the crowd. He went for the blade, and he got a dragonglass dagger up into the path of the descending greatsword and turned it barely, a hand's width, so that ice bit into the wood of the block instead of the neck of the man kneeling on it, and the whole square screamed as one throat. But a hand's width is a hand's width, and the world does not give them freely, and something in the turning of that blade had a cost, because Sir Ilyn, off balance, wrenched the greatsword free and swung again on pure trained instinct at the nearest moving thing, and the nearest moving thing was Septa Morden, old and gray, who had come to stand with the Stark girls and had thrown herself forward without thought to shield the man she served, and ice took her instead. And she went down on the steps of the sept in her gray habit, dead before she landed, an old woman who had spent her life teaching little girls their stitches, killed in a heartbeat by a blade meant for someone else. Jon put Ilyn Payne down then, hard and final with the dragonglass in his throat, and stood over his father with his chest heaving and the dead scepter on the steps below him, and understood in that stretched and terrible moment the thing that no plan could ever spare him, that they could save the ones they had marked to save, and steal the great deaths off the board, and still the game would reach out at the last instant and take a life they had not thought to guard. An old woman in a gray habit. Not on any list, not in any letter, dead anyway because they had turned the blade a hand's width and the blade had to land somewhere. He carried that. He would carry it a long time, but he did not let it stop his hands because the square was still full of gold cloaks deciding whether to be brave, and his father was still in chains, and a queen on a dragon was still holding a whole city's fate on the point of her patience. The offer still stands, Daenerys said, and now there was fire in her voice though not yet in her dragon, and it will not stand long. The Lord of Winterfell, into my keeping, now. Or I will decide that a realm which lets children swing swords at old women does not deserve the mercy I have been showing it. She looked at Cersei, and something passed between the two women, two survivors who each understood exactly what the other was. Choose better than your son, Lannister. You still can. Cersei chose. She gave the command, and the chains came off Eddard Stark, and Jon got his father up off the bloodied steps and half-carried him toward the green dragon. And the gaunt gray man looked at his bastard son with a dragon at his back and a queen out of legend in the sky, and the whole world turned upside down, and said hoarsely, the only thing a father could say, "Jon, what in the name of all the gods have you become?" "Someone who wasn't going to let you die on these steps," Jon said. "Hold on to me. We're leaving. I'll explain everything, I swear it, but not here. Hold on." Rhaegal took them both into the sky, and behind them Drogon rose off the square in a storm of wind that stripped tiles from 100 roofs, and the 3 dragons turned north and west over the water, away from the city they had not burned, carrying a man who should have died on those steps toward a life he had not been meant to have. There were 2 more Starks in that city, and they did not leave them behind. Sansa and Arya had come south with their father, the one betrothed to a monster king and the other running wild through the streets of a city that would have swallowed her. And in the life that no longer was, the fall of Eddard Stark had caught both girls in the machinery of the game and ground them for years. Sansa had become a hostage and a plaything, married against her will, beaten in a throne room, taught cruelty by masters of it. Arya had vanished into the alleys and the war and come back a killer with a list. Jon remembered both roads. He had ridden south with a map of them behind his eyes, and he was not going to let either girl walk them again. So while Daenerys held the sky over Baelor's Sept, Tyrion's agents and a handful of Jon's northern men moved through the chaos below with a single quiet purpose. And they found Sansa where the Lannisters had kept her, in the maiden vault under guard, and they took her out through a servant's passage with a cloak over her red hair before the household, knew the dragons had cost them their most valuable hostage. And they found Arya where no Lannister ever could have, because Arya found them first, a fierce little shadow who had been living rough in Flea Bottom and watching the sky, and had seen her brother on a green dragon and come running through the panic with her wooden sword and her feral grin, and flung herself at Jon in the middle of a captured square and held on like a burr. "I knew it was you," she said into his cloak, fierce, not crying because Arya did not cry. "I saw the dragon and I knew. Nobody else would come out of the sky to get father. Only you, only me," Jon agreed, and held his little sister in the middle of the ruin of the game, and got both girls onto the ships that night, whole, unbroken, their long roads of suffering simply erased before they could begin. It was, of all the things they undid that day, the one that cost Jon the least strategy and meant to him the most, because a man may save a realm out of duty, but he steals his little sisters back out of the dark for love, and there is no accounting that makes the two the same. In the Red Keep that night, the game's great players took the measure of their defeat and did not fold, because they were not the folding kind. "She could have burned us," Cersei said to her father when the dragons were gone and the small folk had crept back to their hovels to whisper. "She stood over the whole city with 3 of them, and she did not so much as singe a rooftop." "Why?" She turned the question over as she turned a wine cup, hunting the poison in it. "A Targaryen with dragons over King's Landing, and she takes 1 prisoner and leaves. That is not weakness, father. That is restraint, and restraint frightens me more than fire. A mad queen I could have used. This one has a plan." Tywin Lannister stood at the window looking at the empty sky where the dragons had been, and for once in his life, the old lion did not have an answer ready. He had spent 40 years being the cleverest man in the 7 kingdoms, and he had just watched 2 people he did not know reach into the heart of his power and pluck out a condemned prisoner without spending a soldier or a lie, and leave. And he understood, with the cold clarity that had made him what he was, that he was no longer the cleverest man in the game. Someone had moved against him with a precision that suggested they knew his moves before he made them, and Tywin Lannister, who feared nothing, felt the first thin thread of something very like fear. "We do not strike back yet," he told his daughter. "We do not know what she is, or what she wants, or how she knew to be on those steps at that hour. A lion who charges a thing he does not understand is a dead lion. We watch. We learn. We bind the tyrals and the gold to us tighter than ever. And we wait for her to want something, because everyone wants something. And the day we learn what the Dragon Queen wants is the day we learn how to kill her." He set down his cup. "But hear me, Cersei. Whatever she is patient, and she is disciplined, and she did not come for the chair. People who do not want the chair are the only players I have never learned to beat. Guard your son's mouth. His stupidity nearly cost us the city today. It will not get a second chance." It was sound counsel, and it was too late, because the thread they were trying to grasp had already been woven into a rope, and the rope was already around the neck of their whole design, and they could not see it, because it was not on any map that men who played the Game of Thrones had ever thought to draw. That night on Dragonstone, Jon told his father the truth, because a man he had pulled off a headsman's block was owed the truth if any man ever was. They sat alone in a chamber high in the Black Towers, the dragons a warm presence somewhere below, and Jon told Eddard Stark the thing Eddard Stark had spent 18 years dying to keep secret. That he knew about the tower in Dorne, and the bed of blood, and Lyanna, and the promise. That he knew Ned had ridden home from a war with his sister's son, wrapped in a lie to keep a mad king's heir alive, and had let the whole realm call him an oath-breaker, and his wife hate a phantom, rather than let the boy be murdered in his cradle. That Jon was not Ned Stark's shame, but Ned Stark's greatest act of honor, kept for a lifetime at the cost of his own good name. Ned Stark listened with his gray face gone grayer, and when Jon had finished the old lord was quiet a long time, and then he said in a voice that shook, "How can you know this? I have told no living soul. Not Catelyn, not Robert, no one in 18 years. I can't tell you how without telling you a thing that will sound like madness," Jon said. "So I'll tell you the madness, father, because you've earned it. I've lived this life once already. I died an old man beyond the wall, and something sent me back, and it sent her back too, and we remember all of it, every death and every war and every grave, and we've spent this whole life quietly digging up the traps before they could spring. That's how I knew to be under the tower when Bran fell. That's how I knew about the dagger and the wedding and the block you knelt on this morning. It sounds like a fever, I know, but you know me, and you know I've never lied to you, and I am not lying now." He met his father's eyes. "You raised a bastard as your own son and let it cost you everything, to keep a promise to a dying woman. I have spent 2 lifetimes learning that you were the best man I ever knew. I was not going to let the game have your head. Not this time. Not ever." Eddard Stark looked at the son who was his nephew, the boy he had guarded with a lie for 18 years, grown into something out of legend with a dragon on the tower and 2 lifetimes in his eyes, and he did not fully understand it, and he did not need to. He crossed the room and put his arms around Jon as he had never quite let himself do when the boy was small and the lie was fragile, and he held on, and neither of them said anything for a while, because some things are past saying, and are best carried in the holding. And when Ned Stark sailed home to Winterfell, he did a thing he had never done in either life. He sat his wife down and told her the truth, all of it, the tower and the promise and the boy who was his sister's son, and not his shame. And Catelyn Stark wept for the 18 years she had spent hating a phantom. And then she did the hard, honorable thing that her lord husband had never given her the chance to do the first time. She forgave a dead woman, and she made her peace with the living man. And Jon Snow, who had been a motherless bastard at the cold end of the table his whole first life, was given, in this one, something like a family that knew what he was and loved him anyway. It did not undo the 2 lifetimes of being alone, but it was more than he had ever thought to have, and he took it and was grateful, and named the gratitude to no one but the wind. The rest of the board came apart more cleanly, because the rest of the players could be reasoned with, or read, or simply gotten to first. Robb Stark never marched south to a war, because his father came home instead of dying, and the letters from his brother had already taught him where every knife in the dark was hidden. When Walder Frey's invitation came, moons later, to a wedding meant to bind the North's alliances, Robb went to the twins with his father's warnings folded in his head and his own men holding every door. He kept the marriage packed to the letter, and he did not drink a cup he had not watched poured, and he set his guards on the musicians' gallery before the feast because a brother's letter had told him plainly that the music would be the signal. Nothing happened. Old Walder Frey sat sour and baffled at the head of his own table, his trap laid and untriggered, unable to spring it against a boy who behaved, maddeningly, as though he had read the whole plot in advance. Roose Bolton, whose letters to the Lannisters Jon had named a year before, found himself quietly stripped of his command and his castle and his life before he could turn his cloak, undone by a lord who seemed to know his treason before he had finished committing it. The North stayed whole. The Red Wedding became a wedding where the wine was only wine, and no one who lived through it ever knew how close they had come to drowning in their own blood, which was, Jon thought, the truest kind of victory there was, the kind no one ever writes a song about because nothing happened. Petyr Baelish was the neatest of all in the end, and the coldest. He came to Dragonstone himself, eventually, because a man who lives by knowing things could not bear a court where the two most powerful people in the world knew more than he did, and he came with his mockingbird smile and his careful offers, ready to sell them secrets, and sow the little seeds of chaos he had planted in every great house for 30 years. And Daenerys let him talk, and Jon let him talk, and then, when he had finished, Daenerys told him, gently, 3 things he had done that no living soul but Baelish himself should have known. The poison he had given Lysa Arryn, the lie he had told Catelyn Stark about the dagger, the war he had lit for the wound of a girl who never loved him. She recited them like a woman reading from a book, because she was, in a manner, and she watched the color go out of Petyr Baelish's face as he understood that he was sitting across from someone who had already read the last page of his life. "You have 2 roads," she told him, without heat. "The first is that you go home, and you retire from the game, and you live out a quiet life as a lord of a small holding, and you die in a bed with your schemes unremembered. The second is that you try, even once, to set one of your little fires against us, and we will be standing at the end of it before you finish lighting the match, and you will die the way men like you fear most, which is not painfully, but pointlessly, forgotten, having mattered to nothing. There is no third road where you win, Lord Baelish." I have looked choose. Petyr Baelish, who feared irrelevance more than death, looked at the woman who had made him irrelevant with a recitation, and understood that his whole art was worthless against people who could not be surprised, and he chose, for once, the quieter road because even a spider knows when the web has been swept away. He went home. He never troubled them again. It was, Jon thought, a worse fate than the blade for a man like that, and exactly the one he had earned, and they had spent not a drop of blood on it. Varys, the other spider, chose differently and better. The eunuch had spent 30 years hunting a ruler who would be good for the realm, and had backed a dozen wrong horses and buried them all. And when he understood at last what the 2 on Dragonstone truly were and truly meant to do, he did the wisest thing of his long, guarded life. He stopped trying to be the cleverest man in the game, and simply threw his whole vast web of little birds behind the 2 players who had already read the ending. It cost him his pride. It bought the realm a spymaster who, for the first time, served something worth serving. Tyrion Lannister they did not undo. Tyrion they gathered quietly, As a man gathers a good sword he finds lying in the road, because a clever man who hated the game as much as they did was worth more as a friend than a corpse. He came to them under a flag of truce and half a barrel of Dornish red, expecting to negotiate, and stayed to marvel. Tyrion had spent his whole life being underestimated by taller, stupider men, and he sat down across the painted table from the last Targaryen and the dragon-riding Stark, and prepared to be underestimated again, and instead found himself, within an hour, being told the exact shape of his own future by two people who spoke of it as history. "You will drink yourself half to death mourning a woman who betrays you," Daenerys told him, not unkindly, "and you will strangle your father on a privy with a crossbow, and you will spend the rest of your life being the cleverest man in every room and never once being allowed to save the world you can see so plainly needs saving. That is the life the game has waiting for you, Lord Tyrion. We are offering you a different one. Pour your wine, sit, and help us break the thing that was going to break you." Tyrion Lannister looked at the two of them for a long moment, his mismatched eyes very bright, and then he did the thing he did best, which was to see, faster than anyone, exactly where the true power in a room lay and what it was for. "You know," he said slowly, "I have served a mad king and a boy monster and my own monstrous father, and every one of them wanted the chair, and every one of them was going to burn the world to sit in it." He raised his cup. "And here are two people with 3 dragons and every reason in the world to take the chair, telling me they mean to break it instead. Gods help me. I think you might actually be worth serving." He drank. "I'm in. Tell me everything. Start with how you know I strangle my father, because, frankly, he has it coming and I'd like to know I have it in me." He threw in with them, wine cup and wits and all, and became, in the moons that followed, the third mind at the table, the one who knew the game's living players as intimately as Jon and Daenerys knew its dead future. And between the three of them there was very little left in all the 7 kingdoms that could take them by surprise. It should have felt like triumph, and it did not quite, because triumph was not the thing they were building. They stood on the terrace of Dragonstone in the evening after the last of it, the board overturned, the great traps disarmed one by one, the war that had drowned the realm the first time simply never lit. Ned Stark was home in Winterfell. Robb was alive. Catelyn was alive. The Stark girls were whole. The Freys had feasted and the wine had been only wine. The Mockingbird had gone home to his small holding. And it had cost them a septa and a fistful of gutter children and the plain knowledge, carried now by both of them forever, that breaking the game did not mean saving everyone, only choosing, every time, who to save. "It's not over," Jon said, watching the dragons settle on the black towers against the dusk. "We both know it. This was the easy war, the one made of men." "The dead are moving," Daenerys agreed. A raven had come that morning from the wall from Sam in the plain, sad language of a scholar reporting the end of the world. The others were on the march, the cold had come down early, the long night they had all been racing was no longer coming. It was here. "The game is broken, and the men are saved from each other, and now we go and do the thing all of this was really for. We take 3 dragons and a realm that is whole instead of at war, for the first hour in the history of the world, north to the wall. To end the enemy the game was always keeping everyone too busy to fight." Jon looked north past the darkening water toward a wall of ice he could not see and a dead army gathering behind it. "And the wildfire under the city. Drowned," she said. "Every jar. Tyrion showed us the tunnels, his brother knew where the caches were, and Tyrion pried it out of him. We carried the Mad King's doomsday out to sea in the dark, cache by cache, and sank it in the deep water where no grief will ever reach it again. Not mine, not Cersei's, not yours. The city will never know how close it always stood to burning." She came to stand beside him at the rail, and the dragons breathed their furnace warmth into the gathering cold. "We took the fire out from under everyone, Jon. Now we only have to keep from becoming the fire ourselves. That is the last war, not the dead, us. But that one comes after. First, the North. First, the long night. First, the thing we were both really reborn to end. The two of them stood together on the black stone as the last light went out of the west. A man who had killed the world with a kiss and a knife, and a woman who had burned it with a torch and a grief. Both of them scarred, both of them scoured clean, both of them turning at last toward the enemy that all their old power had always been meant for. Below them the dragons stirred and spread their wings against the rising dark, and somewhere far to the north the cold came down, and the true war began. Chapter 7. In Chapter 8. The dead come the whole realm marched north together, and that had never happened before in the history of the world, and it was the only reason any of them lived. That was the thing Jon kept coming back to, in the gray days of the gathering, standing on the walls of Winterfell watching the banners come in. In the life that no longer was, the living had faced the long night divided and exhausted, a handful of the north and a few thousand freed slaves and 2 dragons against an army of the dead the size of a continent, while the rest of the 7 kingdoms sat safe and warm in the south and let the north die for them. This time the banners came from everywhere. The Rose of Highgarden and the Son of Dorne, the Vale Knights in their thousands, the River Lords, the Westermen, even a grudging Lannister host sent north because a dragon queen who had spared their city had asked it of them, and because Tyrion Lannister had spent a year teaching his family that the true enemy did not care whose sigil you wore when it raised your corpse. A whole realm, whole and armed and pointed for the first time at the right enemy, because 2 people had spent a lifetime making certain there was a realm left to point. It's still not enough, Daenerys said beside him, watching the same banners. She had grown harder and clearer over the 2 years of the West, and she did not flinch from arithmetic. We both know it, even with all of them. The dead outnumber us 100 to 1, and every man we lose stands up and joins them by morning. Numbers won't win this, they never could. No, Jon agreed. Numbers were never the plan. The plan is the same as it's always been since we woke. Not to beat the army, to end the thing that raises it. He looked north, toward the wall 300 leagues away and the cold coming down from it. Kill the Night King, and every corpse he ever raised falls down dead in the same heartbeat, all across the world, all at once. He's the one string that holds the whole thing together. We cut the string, we win. We fail to cut it, no army in the world saves us. That's the war. Everything else is just keeping enough of us alive long enough to reach him. They laid it out for the lords that night in the great hall of Winterfell, and it was a stranger council than the one at Dragonstone, because now there were 24 proud men in it who did not yet understand that the 2 people at the head of the table already knew how they would each choose to die. The lords wanted to march north and meet the dead in the field, because that was what lords did. That was glory. That was the war they understood. Jon let them argue themselves out, and then he told them flatly that anyone who met the dead in the open field would be dead by morning and fighting for the enemy by noon, and that the only ground worth holding was ground they had prepared, and the only victory worth having was the death of the one creature that could raise the rest. "You mean to give up the wall," said a Vale lord, appalled. 8,000 years, and you mean to hand it to them. "I mean to trade 300 leagues of empty snow for the lives of everyone in this room," Jon said. "The wall was built to keep the dead out. It has failed at that exactly once in 8,000 years, and this is that once. So we stop asking the wall to save us and we save ourselves, on ground we choose at a tree of our choosing, and we end the thing that makes them. And then the wall can go back to being a very tall pile of ice that never mattered as much as men pretended." He looked around the hall at the proud, frightened faces. "I know how this ends if we fight it your way. I have seen it. Trust the ones who have seen it, or go home and die bravely and uselessly with your banners flying. Those are the choices. There is no glorious third one. The dead took the glory out of war a long time before any of us was born. It was Targaryen who closed it, because Targaryen knew how to talk to frightened lords in a fashion that let them keep their pride while doing as they were told. "My lords," he said, swirling his wine, "I have spent my whole life watching clever men lose to the Game of Thrones. These two are the first people I have ever met who are cleverer than the game. When a Lannister tells you to trust a Targaryen and a Stark, you may safely assume the world has become very strange indeed and act accordingly. Do as they say." "I intend to, and I am extremely fond of being alive." The lords laughed uneasily and drank and agreed, and the plan held, because a jest from the right mouth can bind men that an argument cannot. The wall held longer this time, because Jon did not let the enemy take the one thing that had broken it before. In the world that no longer was, the Night King had brought the wall down by killing a dragon and raising it as his own, a beast of ice and blue fire that tore through 8,000 years of magic in a single night. Jon had watched it happen. He had watched a dragon he loved die screaming and come back wrong and turn the greatest work of men to rubble, and he had promised himself, in the country past death, that he would never lose a dragon to the enemy again. So the dragons never flew alone, and never flew low over the massed dead, and never once were allowed within reach of the thing that could kill and claim them. Daenerys drilled that into herself like a catechism. A dragon was the most powerful weapon in the world and also the most dangerous thing she could possibly hand the enemy, and a queen who spent her dragons recklessly was a queen who would watch one of them turn its fire on the people she loved. She flew high, and she burned the dead in long raking passes from a height no ice spear could reach. And when the Night King's own weapons rose against the sky, she broke off rather than close, every time, no matter what it cost the men below, because she had learned the hardest lesson of her first life. That the thing you cannot bear to lose is exactly the thing the enemy is trying hardest to take, and that discipline, not courage, is what keeps it. They fought the first great battle at the wall itself, and did not try to hold it forever. They held it long enough to bleed the dead by the tens of thousands in the killing ground before the ice, dragonglass and dragonfire and the massed spears of the free folk, and the giant one tearing whites apart with his bare hands. And then, when the wall could not hold, they did the thing no commander in the old wars had ever had the wit or the will to do. They gave it up on purpose, in good order, falling back down the Kingsroad toward Winterfell. The retreat was its own long battle, and Jon commanded it from the rear, where the fighting never stopped. They had prepared the road for a year, caches of dragonglass and pitch and stacked timber laid at every holdfast and crossing, and they used it, burning each bridge and each village behind them as they passed, so that the dead who followed had to cross fire to reach the living, and every white that crossed died in the crossing. Men held rearguard lines at prepared walls and died at them and were carried back before they could rise, because the one iron law Jon gave the retreat was that no living man was ever left where the enemy could raise him, no matter the cost of carrying him. It was 300 leagues of fighting withdrawal, and it looked like a defeat, and it was in truth the most disciplined act of war either of them had ever managed, because it was a retreat that ended exactly where they had chosen, on ground they had shaped, at a tree they had baited. Winterfell became the anvil, and the godswood became the trap, and Bran Stark became the bait, because he asked to be. That was the hardest part, and Jon hated it, and did it anyway because his brother asked him to. Bran was not the hollowed door the enemy had made of him in the other life. He had come to his gift slowly and gently, at an old blind man's knee and among the last children of the forest, and he had kept himself, kept his boyhood and his self and his stubborn Stark heart, even as the whole memory of the world settled behind his eyes. Jon went to him in the godswood the night before, alone, and tried one last time to find another way. And Bran, who could see most of the ways, only shook his head. "He comes for me, Jon," Bran said from his place beneath the red-faced tree. "He always comes for me. He wants to kill the memory of the world, and I'm the memory of the world now. There's no version where he doesn't come for me. I've looked. So the only choice we have is whether he comes for me somewhere you're ready or somewhere you're not." He looked at his brother with those old young eyes. "You spent 2 lifetimes learning to stand in the right place at the right hour. This is the place. This is the hour. Let me be the bait and stand in the right place and end him when he takes it. I'm not afraid. That's the strange thing. I should be, and I'm not. I think part of me has been waiting for this since before either of us was born." Jon looked at the little brother he had pulled off a broken tower with a rope, whole, walking, grown into something vast and quiet and brave. And he did the hardest thing a man who loved someone could do, which was to trust them to face the danger they had chosen. "If it goes wrong," he said, "I will be 3 steps away with Valyrian steel and every reason in the world to move fast." "It won't go wrong," Bran said. "But thank you for being 3 steps away. You always are in every version I can see. That's the one thing that never changes." He almost smiled. "You're always 3 steps away with a sword. It's the most Jon thing about you." The dead came down on Winterfell in a tide that put out the stars, and the battle for the castle was the worst night any of them had lived, in any life. The dead came over the walls and through the gates and up out of the frozen earth, and the living met them with fire and glass and desperate courage, and men Jon had known across 2 lifetimes died in the dark. The torches guttered in the wind of dead wings. The dragonglass ran low on the eastern wall, and men fought with fire and steel that did not kill, buying moments with their bodies. One the giant fell at last under 100 whites, having killed 100 more, and did not rise, because they burned him before the cold could take him, weeping as they did it. Mance Rayder died holding the eastern gate so the small folk could reach the crypts, and Tormund held his friend as he went and then went back to the wall to kill until dawn, roaring the free folk's grief into the dark. Below the castle, in the ancient crypts among the stone kings of winter, Sansa Stark kept the small folk calm through the longest night in the world, thousands of them packed among the tombs, listening to the war above shake dust from the dead. She was not a fighter, and she had spent her first life being used as a pawn by everyone who touched her. And in this one, her brother's warnings and her father's love had given her the space to become something else. A lady who held a frightened multitude together with nothing but the steel in her spine and the calm in her voice. She did not know that night that she was doing the hardest and least honored work of the whole war, which was to give the people the fighters were dying for a reason to still be alive when dawn came. She only knew that they were afraid, and that someone had to not be, and so she was not out loud for all of them until the sun came up, and Ser Jorah Mormont, who had crossed a lifetime of exile and shame to stand at his queen's side, died as he had always meant to, between Daenerys Targaryen and the things that came for her. He took wound after wound and would not fall, an old bear planted in the snow before the woman he had loved hopelessly across half a world, cutting down white after white as they came, until there were no more coming, and then he went down at her feet in the red snow, spent, finished, home at last. Daenerys knelt over him in the middle of the battle with the dead pressing in on every side, and for the space of 3 heartbeats she let herself grieve, openly, the one clean grief she permitted herself that whole terrible night. And then she rose, because a queen does not have the luxury of kneeling long, and she gave Drogon the word, and she burned the things that had killed her oldest friend back into the ash they had crawled from. Through all of it, Bran sat quiet in the godswood beneath the red-faced tree, his eyes gone white, his mind out among the ravens watching the whole battle from above, feeding Jon the enemy's every move through a chain of runners, the greatest advantage any army had ever had, a general who could see the entire field from the sky. And the Night King, drawn by the blazing beacon of the boy's power, came for him, as he had always come, walking through the burning dark with his lieutenants around him, and the cold rolling off him like a tide, straight into the heart of the trap that two people who remembered the future had spent a year building. He came into the godswood at the blackest hour, and the killing of him was the most beautiful and terrible thing Jon Snow had ever seen. The Night King walked between the trees with his ice-pale eyes fixed on the boy beneath the weirwood, certain, unhurried, a thing that had never once in 10,000 years been stopped. His white walkers flanked him, and behind them the endless dead. He raised his hand to take the memory of the world, and the world sprang its trap. Daenerys hit the godswood from above with all three dragons at once, in a single coordinated fall of fire that turned the ring of the dead around the trees into a wall of flame, cutting the Night King's lieutenants and his army off from him in one roaring instant, sealing him inside the trap with the living, alone. Fire could not kill him. They had always known that. The fire was never meant to kill him. The fire was the door closing. And through the closing door came Arya Stark, who had trained in another life to be a shadow with a blade, and had trained in this one under her father's roof, with a purpose given her by a brother who remembered what she could become. Small and silent and unseen, leaping the last of the distance with a dragonglass dagger in her hand, exactly as she had done once before in a world that no longer was. But this time she was not alone, and this time the Night King knew the shape of the trick, because he had memory too, of a kind, and he caught her out of the air by the throat. And that was the moment Jon Snow had built the whole war around, because the Night King, catching Arya, turning to the small threat, had his back for one half of one heartbeat to the Great One, and Jon came out of the dark behind him with Longclaw in his hands, Valyrian steel, dragon steel, the frozen fire of the old freehold forged into a blade, and he did the thing he had crossed 2 lifetimes and a whole broken world to do. He drove the sword up under the Night King's ribs and into the shard of dragonglass buried in that ancient frozen heart, the same shard the children of the forest had driven in 10,000 years ago to make him, and he twisted, and he unmade the weapon as the weapon had been made, with the same magic run backward, fire and glass and blood. The Night King looked down at the blade in his heart, and then he looked at Jon, ice to gray, and there was, in that ancient inhuman face, something that might almost have been relief, as though a thing that had wanted to end for 10,000 years had finally been given leave. And then he broke apart, not into water, but into 10,000 years of falling ice, shattering upward into the black sky like a frozen sea flung at the stars. And all across the world, in the same heartbeat, every corpse he had ever raised fell down. The tide breaking on the walls of Winterfell simply collapsed, tens of thousands of whites dropping into stillness in a single instant, the White Walkers shattering to frost, the whole vast army of the long night ending between one breath and the next, because the string that had held it had been cut. The silence that came down after was the loudest thing any of them had ever heard. Daenerys brought the dragons down into it, into the sudden stillness and the smoking dark and the drifting frost, and the living, what was left of them, stood on the walls and in the yards and among their dead and could not, for a long moment, believe that the night was over. Arya dropped to the frozen ground where the Night King had held her, gasping, alive, and looked up at her bastard brother standing over the place where the end of the world had been, with a dragon queen coming down out of the sky behind him, and said the only thing there was to say. You knew exactly where he'd be. You've always known everything. She was shaking. "What are you, Jon?" "Your brother," Jon said, and put out his hand and pulled her up out of the frost. "That's all I ever wanted to be. Come on, it's over. The dead part's over." The yard of Winterfell in the first gray light was a thing out of a nightmare that had run out of horrors and left only the wreckage. Drifts of shattered frost where white walkers had stood. Mounds of the fallen that no longer moved. Torches burned down to stubs. And everywhere the survivors, standing where they had fought. Too spent to sit. Too shocked to speak. Staring at their own hands as though surprised to find them still attached. Tormund Giantsbane came down off the wall with Mance's blood dried on him and his axe notched to ruin. And he looked at Jon across the corpse-strewn yard, and did not say anything clever, because there was nothing clever left in him, and only gripped the smaller man's forearm hard enough to bruise, which was how the free folk said everything that mattered. Ghost came out of the dark then, limping, one flank torn open and crusted black, red eyes finding Jon across the yard as they always found him. And Jon went down on his knees in the frozen filth and put his arms around the direwolf's neck and held on. And the two of them stayed like that a moment, the man and the wolf who had crossed 2 lifetimes together, both of them alive, both of them scarred, both of them still, somehow, standing. Tyrion came up out of the crypts with the small folk behind him, blinking at the dawn. A Lannister who had spent the longest night in the world guarding frightened children among the tombs of northern kings. And he looked at the ruin of the yard and the drifts of shattered ice and the impossible fact of the risen sun. And for once in his life, the cleverest man in Westeros had nothing to say, and said it, and poured wine for anyone whose hands were steady enough to hold a cup. Daenerys found Jon in the middle of it, coming down off Drogon with the ash of the whole long night in her hair, and the two of them stood together in the wrecked yard among the living and the dead, and did not speak, because there were no words that would not have made it smaller. They had done it. The thing the whole world had spent 10,000 years failing to do, they had done together on ground they had chosen. And it had cost them a friend and a giant and a king beyond the wall and 100 names they would carry forever. And they were alive, and the sun had come up, and the dead were gone from the world. It was the largest victory anyone had ever won, and it felt, in that gray, exhausted dawn, exactly like grief, because that is what victory feels like when you have counted the price of it honestly, and they had. They counted the cost in the gray dawn, and it was terrible, and it was a fraction of what it had been the first time, and both of those things were true at once, and neither one canceled the other. The North had held. Winterfell stood, scarred and smoking, its crypts full of living small folk who came up blinking into a morning no one had expected to see. The dead were gone, all of them everywhere forever. But the ground before the walls was carpeted with the true dead now, the living who had fallen, and there were names among them that Jon and Daenerys would carry the rest of their lives. Jorah, Mance, 1-1, Ed and Gren and 100 of the free folk, and lords and small folk and men whose names no song would ever hold. They had saved the world, and it had cost more than either of them could bear to tally. And they made themselves tally it anyway, standing together over the pyres in the cold, because the ones who fell had earned at least the honesty of being counted. Daenerys built Jorah's pyre with her own hands, as she had built another once, and this time she did not walk into it. She only stood beside it as it burned and let the old bear go into the fire he had once begged her not to enter, and she did not weep, because she had wept in a life he never knew, but she stood there until the flames burned down, which was its own kind of prayer, and Jon stood beside her, and neither of them said anything, because Jorah Mormont had earned a silence, and they gave it to him. And already, before the pyres had cooled, the thing Daenerys had feared began. The lords came in 2s and 3s, the Vale and the Reach and the rivers and even the Westermen, and they did not come with grievances or with schemes. They came with gratitude, which was worse. They knelt in the trampled snow before the Dragon Queen and the Dragon Prince who had saved every living soul in the world, and they offered them the only thing lords knew how to offer, which was a crown, the Iron Throne, the rule of the whole realm, freely, gladly, with tears in their eyes. There is no one else, they said. There is no one who could refuse you. There is no one who would want to take the throne. You have earned it 1,000 times over. Rule us. Let it be you. We won, Jon said at last, watching the smoke go up, and the kneeling lords and the whole grateful, terrible weight of it gathering at their feet. He did not say it as a triumph. He said it as a fact almost too large to hold. The dead are gone, the long night's over a year early with the realm whole. We actually did the thing we came back to do. We did the first thing, Daenerys said. She was looking at the kneeling lords, and Jon knew the look because he felt the same cold weight settling behind his own ribs. We did the thing that was easy, Jon. Isn't that a terrible joke? Beating the dead was the easy part. It always was. The enemy was clear and the war was honest, and everyone who lived through it knows what we are now, and what we did, and that is exactly the problem. She turned to him, and the gray dawn was on her silver hair, and her eyes were very old. Look at them. Look at how they love us. There is no one left alive who could refuse us the Iron Throne, and there is no one left alive who would want to. The whole realm is about to lay a crown at our feet out of gratitude and terror and love, and that Jon Snow is the trap that killed us both the first time. Not the dead, the gratitude, the crown. The moment when everyone in the world is begging you to take the thing that will turn you into a monster, and every reason to take it is a good one. Jon looked at the kneeling lords, toward a melted throne that did not exist yet in this life, toward a whole grateful realm about to offer them everything they had ever been taught to want. Then we do the hard part now, he said. The part no one who ever held a dragon has managed. We win and we let go. And we do it in front of everyone, while they're still cheering, before the cheering turns into a crown and the crown turns into the ash. He took her hand in the cold, over the ashes of the last friend they would bury for the dead. Together, where the other one can see it coming, where the other one can see it coming, Daenerys said, and the two of them stood in the smoking dawn of the morning after the end of the world, victorious, grieving and more afraid of what came next than they had ever been of the dead, because the dead had only ever wanted to kill them, and the crown wanted something worse. The crown wanted to make them into the very thing they had come back to unmake, and it would ask with a smile, and the whole world would ask with it, and there would be no dragonglass and no Valyrian steel that could win that fight. There would only be the two of them, and the memory of the bells, and a promise made on a black beach, that this time they would let go. Chapter 8 in Chapter 9. The weight of the throne, the temptation, did not come as a whisper. It came as a whole realm on its knees, and that was worse, because a whisper you can refuse, and a whole grateful world is very hard to say no to. In the moons after the long night, they held court at Winterfell out of necessity, because everyone who mattered in the 7 kingdoms had marched north to fight the dead, and now stood in the yards and halls of a scarred castle waiting to be told what came next. And what they wanted to be told, all of them, from the highest lord to the lowest freerider, was that the two people who had saved them would rule them. It was not ambition on their part. That was the trap of it. It was love, and it was exhaustion, and it was the simple human hunger to be governed by someone worthy after a lifetime of being governed by monsters. Take the throne, they said, 100 times a day in 100 voices. There is no one else. There is no one who deserves it. Let it be you. Daenerys felt the pull of it in her own chest, and she was honest with herself about that, because dishonesty was the first step onto the old road. She had wanted the Iron Throne with her whole soul for 2 lifetimes. She had crossed the world for it, married for it, burned for it, died for it. And now it was being handed to her freely by a grateful world, with no war left to fight for it and no rival left to take it. And every cell of the girl she had been screamed that this was the happy ending. This was the reward. This was what all the suffering had been for. Sit down. You have earned it. Rest. That's the voice, she told Jon in the dark of their chamber in the deep of a night when neither of them could sleep. That's the exact voice, Jon. The one that talked me onto the wall above the bells. It doesn't sound like madness. That's what no one understands about it. It sounds like justice. It sounds like a reward. It sounds like the only reasonable thing in the world. Take the throne, keep the peace. Use the power to do good who could rule better than us. Every word of it is true, and every word of it is the first step down the road that ends in ash. She was staring at the ceiling. I could take that throne and rule well for 10 years. 20. And then someone would rebel, because someone always rebels, and I would have dragons, and I would tell myself that a little fire now would prevent a great deal of blood later. And I would be right, and that would be the end of me. Because there is no version of sitting on that throne that does not eventually ask you to burn someone to keep it. That is what the throne is for. That is the only thing it has ever been for. I know, Jon said. He was holding her hand in the dark. I felt it too in the other life. Not the throne, I never wanted the throne, but the being needed, the being the one who has to decide. It's the same drug wearing a different face. The whole world telling you that you're the only one who can, until you believe that the world can't run without your hand on it, and then you can't ever let go, because letting go feels like abandoning them. He turned his head toward her in the dark. That's why we say it out loud to each other, every night if we have to, so the voice never gets to work on either of us alone. What's the plan, Dany? Say it. Make it real. We go to King's Landing, Daenerys said. There is one knot of the old game left, and her name is Cersei Lannister, and she will not kneel, and she should not be allowed to keep the capital and rebuild the game while we pretend the war is over. So we end it. We take the city without burning it, and we settle the last account of the old world. And then, her hand tightened on his. And then in the throne room in front of the whole realm, with the Iron Throne right there and every voice in the world begging us to sit on it, we do the thing we came back to do. We don't sit. We break it. We break the whole thing, so completely that no one, not us, not our children, not anyone, can ever climb onto it again. That is the plan. Say it back to me. We take the city, we spare the city, we break the throne, we walk away, Jon said. Together. Where the other one can see it coming. Where the other one can see it coming, Daenerys said, and in the dark, saying it, the pull of the great chair loosened its grip on her by a single degree, which was all she had ever needed it to do. 1 degree, every night, was how you kept from becoming a monster. She had learned that at the cost of a city, and she would never unlearn it again. Cersei Lannister had spent the war in King's Landing, and she had used the time. Because using time was the one talent no one had ever been able to take from her. She had not marched north to fight the dead. She had sent a token host under a banner and kept the true strength of the crown at home. And while the rest of the world bled against the long night, she had emptied the treasury to buy the Golden Company out of Essos, 20,000 sellswords and their elephants and their sworn word. And she had garrisoned the capital and provisioned it for a siege and made herself, in the ashes of a broken realm, the last hard knot of the old game. She knew the Dragon Queen would come for her. She had always known, and she had built in the moons of waiting a trap that no dragon could burn its way out of, because it was not made of stone or steel. It was made of people. She spared the city once already over the Stark business. Cersei told her brother Jaime, standing on the walls of the Red Keep and looking out over the sprawl of 500,000 souls. She had 3 dragons over these rooftops, and she did not burn a single one. That tells me everything I need to know about her. She has decided she is not her father. She has decided she is merciful. Cersei's mouth curved. Mercy is a leash, Jaime, and I am going to put the other end of it in my hand. When she comes, I will fill these walls with the small folk. Every man, woman, and child in this city, standing on the battlements between her dragons and me. And then she will have a choice. She can burn them, all of them, and prove to the whole grateful world that she is exactly the monster her father was, and lose everything she has won. Or she can spare them, and to spare them she will have to leave me sitting on my throne, because there is no way to dig me out of this keep without killing the very people she cannot afford to kill. She turned to her brother, and there was something almost admiring in her cold eyes, admiration for the elegance of her own cruelty. Either way, I win. Either she becomes the villain or I keep my throne. She has trapped herself with her own mercy, and she does not even know it yet. Jaime looked at his sister, at the thing she had become in the long years of clawing at power, and felt the old sick love and the old sick despair war in him as they always had. And if she finds a third way, he said quietly, she has a habit of it, they say. She and the Stark boy, they have a habit of finding roads no one else can see. There is no third way, Cersei said. There is burn or kneel. I have made certain of it. That is the whole art of the game, Jaime. You do not beat a stronger player by being stronger. You beat them by building a board where every move they can make is a move you have already won. She looked back out over the city she was preparing to use as a shield. Let her come with her dragons and her dead prince. I have read her better than she has read herself. She will not burn the children, and so she will not take my throne, and the game goes on. It was a good trap. It was, in fact, a nearly perfect trap, built by one of the sharpest and most ruthless minds the Game of Thrones had ever produced, and it had exactly one flaw, which was that it had been designed to beat a queen who did not remember burning this city, and the queen who was coming remembered it in her bones. Tyrion went to his sister first, under a peace banner because he asked to, and because Jon and Daenerys had learned that a city spared a battle is a city that does not have to be rebuilt out of its own bones. He walked into the Red Keep alone, a small man among his sister's guards, and stood before the woman who had wanted him dead since the hour their mother died bearing him, and he tried one last time to save her from herself. Yield the city, Tyrion told her. Not to me. Not even to them, to arithmetic. You have 20,000 sellswords who fight for coin, and the coin runs out the day your cause looks lost, and it looks lost now, Cersei. It looked lost the moment 3 dragons came over the horizon and did not burn a single roof. You cannot win. You can only decide how many people die learning that you cannot win. Yield and you live. Yield and every soul in this city lives. I have their word on it, and whatever else you believe of them, they do not break their word. That is the whole horror of them from where you sit. They mean what they say. Cersei looked down at the brother she had spent a lifetime despising, and something moved in her hard, bright eyes that might have been grief, or might have been contempt, or might have been the last flicker of a woman who had once, very long ago, been capable of something other than winning. You always did love a losing side, little brother, she said. Mother, who died of you, father, who hated you, and now these dragon things who mean to unmake everything our family ever bled for. You will kneel to anyone, so long as they let you feel clever. She turned away from him, toward the window and the dragons circling in the distance. I will not yield my city to a foreign queen and a bastard. I am Cersei of House Lannister, and I have never in my life given a thing away that I could make someone take from me. Go back to your masters. Tell them the walls will be full of children when they come. Tell them I have read the Dragon Queen's mercy, and I mean to hang her with it. Tyrion looked at his sister for a long moment, the whole ruin of her. The cleverness turned entirely to cruelty. The love turned entirely to grasping, and he understood that there was nothing left in the room to save, and that he had known it before he walked in, and had come anyway, because a man should be able to say he tried, even with a sister who would have watched him burn. "Goodbye, Cersei," he said quietly, and meant it as the ending it was, and walked back out of the keep to tell a queen and a prince that the city would have to be taken the hard way, around the shield of its own people, which was the one kind of taking the two of them had crossed 2 lifetimes to learn how to do. They came down on King's Landing at the turn of summer, and the city's own bells rang the alarm, and the Golden Company formed up on the walls, with the small folk herded up among them exactly as Cersei had planned, a wall of innocent flesh between the dragons and the keep. Jon and Daenerys had known it would be so, because Tyrion knew his sister and had told them, and they had built their assault around the one thing Cersei could not imagine, which was a queen with dragons who valued the small folk more than the throne. They did not burn the walls. That was the whole of it, and it was the hardest military decision either of them had ever made, and they made it together in the sky, above a city that had once died screaming under this same woman's fire. Daenerys took Drogon and Rhaegal and Viserion high over the capital, and she did not touch the walls where the people stood. Instead, she struck the only targets that were purely soldiers, the Golden Company's ships in the bay, the siege engines in the fields, the sellsword camps outside the gates where no small folk had been herded, and she burned those precisely, surgically, a demonstration of a power so total and so disciplined that it said, more loudly than any fire in the streets could have, "I can reach anything I choose, and I am choosing, and watch what I choose." The Golden Company, sellswords to the bone, watched their fleet burn in the bay and their escape route close and their paymasters' cause turn hopeless in an afternoon, and did the arithmetic that sellswords always do, and began, company by company, to lay down their arms, because no wage in the world is worth dying for a losing queen when the winning one has offered quarter. And Jon led the ground assault through gates that the city watch, seeing the sky full of dragons that had not burned them, opened from the inside. He fought through the streets toward the Red Keep with the northern host and the free folk and Tyrion at his side calling out to the gold cloaks by name, offering them their lives if they stood down, and most of them stood down, because a city does not love the queen who plans to use it as a shield, and Cersei Lannister had spent her whole reign teaching King's Landing to hate her. By dusk the city was theirs, taken almost whole, its walls unburned, its people alive, and the bells began to ring. The bells. Daenerys heard them from Drogon's back, high over the taken city in the red light of the setting sun, and the whole of her 2 lives narrowed to that sound. The bells of surrender, the exact sound. The last time she had heard them she had been sitting where she sat now, on this same dragon over this same city, with the throne finally within her reach and grief and betrayal roaring in her ears, and the bells had rung surrender, and something in her had looked down at the soft kneeling city and thought, "It is not enough for them to fear me. They must know that there is no wall high enough, no surrender loud enough, no mercy I am required to give." And she had leaned forward and she had said the word, and she had burned 100,000 people who had already surrendered, children and mothers and old men, because in that moment the throne had finished the work of 30 years and turned her, at last, into the thing it had always meant her to become. Now the bells rang again and the pull came again, exactly as she had known it would, rising up out of the oldest part of her like black water. The voice. Burn it. Make an example. A city that surrenders once will rebel again, end the possibility now in fire, and no one will ever again make you fight for what is yours. It sounded like strategy. It sounded like justice. It sounded like the only way to be truly safe, forever. Her hand tightened on the great black neck beneath her, and Drogon felt the old wanting in her and rumbled, and drew the fire up into his throat, and waited for the word. And Rhaegal drew alongside, close, green and bronze in the red light, and on his back was Jon Snow, who had flown up to her the instant the bells began because he had known. He had always known that this was the hour and this was the sound and this was the edge of the cliff they had crossed 2 lifetimes to stand on together. Dany. His voice, across the little space between the dragons, quiet under the bells. Not a command, not a plea, just her name and then the 2 words they had carried between them since the first waking, the code for the worst thing they knew, the thing that stood for all of it, the bells. She did not look at him. She was looking down at the city, at the surrendered soft breadth of it, at all those lives that would be so easy, so clean, so final to end. "I can hear them," she said, and her voice was not entirely her own. "I can hear them, Jon. I can feel it. It's right here. It would be so easy. It would solve everything. It would make us safe forever." "It made us ash forever," Jon said. "Last time. You burned them and you got the throne, and 3 weeks later I put a knife in your heart because you'd become something I had to stop, and the throne melted, and I spent the rest of my life alone in the snow and you spent yours dead. That's what's on the other side of that word, Dany. Not safety. Ash. We've been there. We've seen the whole of it. Don't buy the same ending twice." His voice gentled. "You're not the girl on the wall anymore. You're the woman who walked out of a fire with dragons and didn't conquer, who took a city today and didn't burn it, who's been telling me every night for months exactly how this voice lies. You already know. You've known for 2 lifetimes. Say the other word, Dany. Not the burning one. The one we came back for. Say it and come down and let's go break the thing that's whispering to you." For 3 heartbeats the fire waited in Drogon's throat, and the bells rang, and the whole future balanced on the edge of a single word. And Daenerys Targaryen, who had burned a city once and carried it through death and back, straightened on her dragon's back and let the breath go out of her, and said, not to Jon but to the city below her, and to the girl she had been, and to the throne that had been whispering to her for 2 lifetimes. "Number, Valad," she said to Drogon, the word that stayed the fire, and the dragon closed his throat and let the flame die back down into his belly unspent. And the bells rang on over a city that would live. And Daenerys bowed her head over her dragon's neck and shook once, with the whole force of the thing she had just not done. And then she was still. And then she was herself. And the worst hour of 2 lifetimes passed over her and did not take her, because this time she had not been alone on the wall. This time there had been a green dragon alongside, and a man who remembered the bells and a word for the worst thing spoken in time. "There," Jon said softly, across the space between them. "There, that's the whole war, Dany. That one. You just won the only war that ever mattered. Cersei Lannister's perfect trap failed because it had been built to beat a monster, and the woman who came was not one, not anymore, not this time. She learned of it on the walls of the Red Keep, that the dragons had burned only soldiers, that the sellswords had surrendered, that the city had opened its gates, that the bells had rung and the Dragon Queen had not burned a single child, that the small folk she had herded onto the walls as shields were climbing down alive, and cheering the mercy of the woman Cersei had staked everything on being merciless. Her trap had had one flaw, and the flaw had swallowed it whole. She had built a board where the enemy's only moves were burn or kneel, and the enemy had found the third road after all, the one Jaime had warned her of, the one that Cersei, who could imagine any cruelty, had never been able to imagine, which was simply to want the people more than the throne. They found her in the throne room because she would not run, because a Lannister of Casterly Rock did not run, whatever else she was. She stood at the foot of the Iron Throne with her brother beside her and the last of her guard laying down their arms around her, and she watched the Dragon Queen and the Dragon Prince walk into the hall she had ruled from, and she did the last thing her pride had left her, which was to stand very straight and refuse to kneel. "Do it, then," Cersei said. "You've taken my city and my crown and my company. Take the rest. Burn me or hang me or feed me to your beast. But don't stand there and offer me mercy, dragon. I would rather your fire than your pity." Daenerys looked at her a long moment, the woman who had trapped a whole city to save her own throne, the last player of the old game left standing, and she felt no hatred, which Cersei had not looked for, who had built her whole life out of being hated. "I'm not going to burn you," Daenerys said. "That's what you wanted at the end. You built this whole trap so that I would have to become a monster to beat you, so that even in losing you could make me into the thing you are. I'm not going to give you that. You're not worth a city, and you're certainly not worth my soul." She looked at Jaime, at the twin who had spent his life half drowned in his sister's cause. "You'll both go to the wall, or to a cell, or into exile across the sea, and you'll live, and you'll be forgotten," which for a woman who spent her whole life making the world remember her is the only sentence that will ever truly land. The game is over, Cersei. You lost it. And the worst part, the part that will keep you awake for whatever years you have left, is that you lost it to mercy, which you spent your whole life believing was weakness. It was. It was the one move you never learned to counter. Cersei Lannister looked at the woman who had beaten her without fire, and understood, at last and too late, that she had spent her whole life playing a game that these two people had simply refused to play. And there is no defense against an enemy who will not pick up the piece you have built your whole strategy around forcing into their hand. Whatever became of her after, and the histories would argue it for centuries, the Game of Thrones ended for Cersei Lannister in that hall, not with fire, but with the unbearable, unanswerable fact of a mercy she could not use and could not forgive. And then the hall emptied of everything but the two of them and the throne. It sat where it had always sat, the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms, the great ugly tangle of 1,000 surrendered swords that Aegon the Conqueror had welded together with dragonfire 300 years before, barbed and black and cruel, the seat that every player of the game had schemed and murdered and burned to sit in, the thing that had killed more Targaryens and Starks and Lannisters and Baratheons than any war. It sat empty in the red evening light, and it was, at last, theirs. There was no one left to take it from them. There was no army, no rival, no enemy, no dead. The whole realm was outside the doors, waiting, ready to cheer whichever of them sat down on it first. Every voice in the world was saying the same thing, and the throne itself was saying it loudest of all, in the voice that sounded like justice and reward and rest. "Sit. You have earned it. You saved us all. Sit down and rule and let it finally be over." Daenerys Targaryen stood in front of the Iron Throne with the man who had killed her once to stop her from taking it, and she looked at the ugly barbed seat that had been the destination of 2 lifetimes, and she felt the whole weight of the world pushing gently, lovingly at her back, urging her forward, urging her up the steps, urging her to sit. She took Jon's hand instead. "There it is," she said quietly. "After everything. Right there, and no one to stop us." She looked at him. "This is the moment, isn't it? This is the one the whole thing was always building toward. Not the dead, not Cersei. This. The empty throne and the open door and no one left to say no but us." Her hand was very tight in his. "Tell me we're really going to do it. Tell me we're not going to be like every other fool who ever stood in this spot and told themselves they'd be the one to hold it wisely." "We're going to do it," Jon said, looking at the throne that had melted around a woman's body in another life. "Tomorrow, in front of all of them, we're going to break it, Dany. And then we're going to walk out that door and give the world back to itself, and go be 2 people instead of 2 crowns." He raised her hand and pressed his mouth to her knuckles in the empty hall, in front of the thing that had ruined both their houses for 300 years. "Together, where the other one can see it coming." "Where the other one can see it coming," Daenerys said, and the 2 of them turned their backs on the Iron Throne, and walked out of the throne room hand in hand, and left the great chair sitting empty in the dark behind them, waiting for a morning when it would learn, at last, that its long reign over the hearts of men was finally about to end. Chapter 9. In Chapter 10. Burn the game. They came into the throne room the next morning to be crowned, or so the whole world believed, and the whole world was wrong, which was the last and best thing Jon and Daenerys ever did to it. The great hall of the Red Keep was packed to its blackened rafters. Every lord who had survived the long night was there, and the highborn ladies, and the septons, and the guild masters, and crowded at the back and spilling out the doors were the small folk of King's Landing, the people Cersei had meant to burn, and the Dragon Queen had spared, come to see the woman who had not killed them take the throne of the world. The banners of every house in the 7 kingdoms hung from the walls. It was the largest gathering the realm had assembled in living memory, and it had assembled for one purpose, which was to watch 2 saviors made into monarchs, and it hummed with the particular joy of a people who believe their long nightmare is finally about to be replaced by a good dream. Jon and Daenerys walked up the length of it together, side by side, and did not go to the throne. They stopped at the foot of the iron steps before the great barbed seat, and they turned to face the hall, and the hum died down into a waiting hush, and Daenerys Targaryen looked out over the whole grateful expectant world, and understood that this was the true summit of 2 lifetimes, this exact moment, with the throne at her back and the love of a realm at her feet, and every reason under heaven to climb the steps and sit. This was the trap in its final and most beautiful form. Not fire, not grief, not a rival's blade, just this. A good and loving world holding out a crown, certain that she was the answer to its prayers. "They think we're about to save them again," she murmured to Jon under the hush. "That's the terrible part. They're right that we love them, they're wrong about what love is." "Then let's show them," Jon murmured back. "All of it. Do it, Dany, I'm right here." Daenerys stepped forward, and she raised her voice so that it carried to the small folk at the doors, and she gave the speech she had been writing in her heart for 2 lifetimes. "You have offered us the Iron Throne," she said, "and I want you to understand that I know exactly what I am refusing, because I have wanted it longer and harder than anyone in this hall, and I have held it, and I know what it costs." The hall stirred, uncertain, the joy in it curdling toward confusion. "I am the last of House Targaryen," Daenerys went on. "My family conquered these 7 kingdoms 300 years ago with these same dragons, and welded that throne behind me out of the swords of everyone who tried to stop us. And we sat on it for 3 centuries. And in 3 centuries of sitting on it, we gave this realm mad kings and kinslayers and civil wars, and a field of fire and a sack and a rebellion. And at the very end, a father who tried to burn this entire city alive, rather than lose his seat. That is the record of my house upon that chair. 300 years, and the best of us were merely not monsters, and the worst of us were the worst things this world has ever produced. And do you know why?" She looked out over the hall at the lords, at the small folk, at the whole waiting realm. "Not because we were wicked. Some of us were good. Aegon V was good. My brother Rhaegar was good. It did not matter. It has never once mattered how good the person is who sits in that chair, because the chair is not a chair. It is a machine for turning people into tyrants. It takes the best intention in the world, and it whispers to it every day that a little cruelty now will prevent a great deal of suffering later, and it is right, and being right is how it wins. Every king who ever sat there told himself he would be the one to hold it wisely. Every single one. And the throne outlasted them all and broke them all, and here it still sits, waiting for the next good soul foolish enough to believe they will be the exception. She let that settle. The hall was silent now, the joy gone out of it, replaced by something more attentive and more afraid. "I could sit on it," Daenerys said. "There is no one here who could stop me. I have 3 dragons and the love of a realm and a claim older than any in this room. I could sit down on that throne today and rule you well for 20 years, and you would sing songs about me. And then some year, some lord would rebel, as lords always do, and I would have dragons, and I would do the arithmetic that every ruler on that chair has always done, and I would decide that a little fire now was mercy in the long accounting, and I would burn a city to save the realm, and I would be right, and I would be a monster, and there would be no one left who loved me enough to stop me. She was quiet a moment. I know this because I have done it. In a manner you will never believe, and I will never explain. I have already sat where you want to put me, and I have already burned the city you are standing in, and the man beside me had to put a knife in my heart to stop me, because by the end there was no other way left to stop me at all. I will not walk that road again, and I will not leave that chair sitting here, warm and waiting, for one of your children or grandchildren to walk it instead. And then she turned, and she looked up at the iron throne of the 7 kingdoms, the great cruel tangle of 300 years of conquest, and she called her dragon. Drogon came. He came out of the morning sky through the broken roof of the throne room, where a dragon had once melted a hole a lifetime ago in a future that would now never happen. And the whole hall screamed and pressed back against the walls as the black shape filled the air above them. Vast, ancient beyond his years, wings folding thunder, and he settled his enormous bulk in the space before the throne, and turned his molten bronze eyes upon the seat his mother's ancestors had made, and he understood. In whatever way a dragon understands, exactly what she wanted, because she had wanted it for 2 lifetimes and he was made of the same fire she was. Daenerys said, and Drogon opened his throat and burned the iron throne. The fire came out of him not as destruction, but as judgment, a torrent of dragon flame the color of a dying star, and it struck the great barbed chair and did not scatter or splash but wrapped it whole. And the swords of 10,000 dead enemies that Aegon the Conqueror had welded together 300 years before began, under a heat that could render stone to slag, to soften and bow and run. The blades that had been the seat of the world melted like candle wax, drooping, sagging, folding down into one another. 3 centuries of conquest and cruelty and mad ambition dissolving into a single molten pool of glowing iron that spread across the dais and cooled slowly into nothing that anyone would ever sit upon again. The heat of it drove the whole hall to its knees, and the light of it painted every upturned face the color of fire, and when at last Drogon closed his throat and the flame died, there was no throne. There was only a black scar on the floor of the Red Keep where the most fought-over object in the history of the world had been, cooling, ordinary, done. The whole realm stared at the empty place where the throne had been, and no one spoke, and into that vast and ringing silence Daenerys Targaryen said the last thing her house would ever say from that hall. "The game is over," she said. "There is no chair. There is nothing here to kill each other for any more. My dragons will not be the sword of any king because there will be no king. I am taking them away, north and beyond, where no one will ever again use them to play this game. And if any one of you should ever be tempted to build a new throne out of a new pile of swords, remember that there are 3 dragons in the world still, and they belong to no crown, and they remember what thrones are for." She looked out over the kneeling realm, and her voice gentled because the hard part was done and the true part remained. "You are going to rule yourselves now, all of you. That is not a gift. It is a labor, and it is harder than kneeling, and you are going to be bad at it for a long time, and you are going to do it anyway because the alternative is this chair, and this chair is ash. Choose your own counsels. Let the north be the north again, and Dorne be Dorne, and every kingdom keep its own ways, and send your wisest to a great council to settle the matters that are shared, lords and commons both, chosen and not born to it, and argue and compromise, and govern yourselves like grown people instead of waiting for a parent on a throne to do it for you. It will be slow. It will be frustrating. No one will write songs about it. And not one of your children will ever be burned alive to keep a stranger in a chair. That is the trade. I have made it for you. You are welcome, and I am sorry, and it is the best thing any one of my blood has ever done for this realm, which is to take the throne away from it forever. It did not happen all at once, of course, because nothing worth doing ever does. There were lords who raged, and lords who schemed, and a hard year of argument and false starts, and men who tried, in the old way, to make themselves king in the wreckage. But the dragons were real, and the memory of the melted throne was real, and Tyrion Lannister was real, and it was Tyrion in the end, who did the patient, unglamorous work of building the thing that came after, because a man who had spent his whole life watching the game destroy everyone he served turned out to be exactly the man to midwife a world without it. He convened the Great Council. He wrote the charters. He brokered the compromises between proud kingdoms that had spent 3 centuries under one crown and did not know how to stand on their own legs. He made himself the first hand of a realm that had no head, and he was very good at it, and he drank a little less, and he lived, at last, a life that let him use the whole of his mind for building instead of merely surviving, which was the thing the two of them had promised him on a black rock in the narrow sea, and had delivered. The hardest of the resistors was a storm lord named Eldon Estermont, a proud old bannerman of the dead Baratheons who looked at a realm with no king and saw not freedom but a vacancy, and set about filling it. He gathered a host in the Stormlands and declared himself king of the narrow sea's western shore, and sent ravens to 12 wavering houses, inviting them to remember that a strong man on a chair was the natural order of the world, and for a moon it seemed the old game might simply grow back like a weed through the cracks of the melted throne. Jon flew to him on Regal, alone, and did not burn a field. He set the green dragon down outside Estermont's camp in the gray morning, and walked into it unarmed, past soldiers who did not dare touch a man with a dragon at his back, and he found the old lord in his pavilion with a circlet already made, and asked him plainly to take it off. "You want to be a king," Jon said. "I understand it. Men have wanted it for 300 years, and the throne taught them all that wanting it was the same as deserving it. So let me tell you what being a king is, my lord, since you've never done it and I have watched it done. It is spending your whole life being lied to by everyone who wants something from you, and slowly coming to believe the lies, until the day you burn a village to make a point and call it governance. That circlet is not a reward. It is a slow poison with a crown painted on it. We melted the last one down for a reason." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. There was a dragon breathing behind him. "You can put it on, and I will not burn you, because we do not do that anymore. But every lord who signed your ravens will read, by tomorrow, that the dragons flew to your camp, and the would-be king came out of his tent with his circlet in his hand, and they will draw their own conclusions, and you will be a small man in a large field with no allies and a story that ends in a jest. Or you can take the seat we're offering you at the Great Council, where your voice will actually be heard, and be remembered as a lord who helped build the thing that came after instead of the fool who tried to rebuild the thing that ate us all. I've read both endings. I'm telling you which one is better. Choose." Eldon Estermont looked at the young man and the green dragon and the circlet in his own 2 hands, and he was a proud man, but he was not a stupid one, and he chose the council, and lived out his years as a respected voice in it, and told the story ever after as though the wisdom had been his own idea, which Jon and Daenerys were entirely content to let him do, because the whole point of the new world was that it did not need anyone to know who had built it. That was how it went over and over through the hard first year, not with fire, with the plain, overwhelming fact of 2 people who could not be beaten and would not be crowned, standing at every place where the old game tried to grow back, and pulling it up by the root, and offering the ground to something better. It was slow, and it was unglamorous, and it worked, because the deadliest thing you can do to a game is refuse, completely and forever, to play it. The North went free, and Sansa Stark, who had held a multitude of frightened small folk together in a crypt through the longest night in the world, was chosen by her lords to be its warden and its voice in the great council, and she governed it with the steel her first life had forged in her, and the kindness her second life had let her keep. Bran remained at Winterfell beneath his weirwood, the memory of the world, a counselor and a keeper of what had been, who wanted no crown and needed none, and who was, of all of them, perhaps the only one who fully understood what his brother and his aunt had done, and why, and what it had cost. Arya went to sea, west of Westeros, to find what was there, because she had spent 2 lifetimes being pointed at other people's enemies, and wanted, finally, to be pointed at a horizon of her own choosing. And Eddard Stark lived out his years in the castle where he had raised them all, an old lord who had been given back the son he had guarded with a lie, and the family he had nearly lost to a game, and who died, when he finally died, in his own bed in the winter with his children around him, which was the ending the first world had stolen from him and the second world gave back. The realm did not become a paradise. Daenerys had promised it a labor, not a paradise, and a labor is what it got. It argued and it fumbled and it made 1,000 mistakes that a strong hand on a throne might have prevented, and it also slowly, over years, learned the thing that no throne had ever let it learn, which was how to be responsible for itself. No city was burned, no wedding drowned in blood, no child was murdered to protect a claim. It was not a better story than the Game of Thrones. It was a duller one, full of councils and compromises and slow, unglamorous progress. And that was precisely the point, because the exciting stories Jon had learned across 2 lifetimes are always the ones with the most graves in them. As for the 2 of them, they did the last and hardest thing, which was to actually leave. That was the part no one believed they would do, right up until they did it. The realm assumed, even after the throne was slag, that the Dragon Queen and the Dragon Prince would rule the new order from behind the curtain, would be its true power, its final court of appeal, its parents after all. And Jon and Daenerys understood that this was simply the throne trying to reassemble itself out of their own good intentions, the same trap wearing the mask of usefulness, and they refused it as completely as they had refused the chair. They did not stay to guide the council. They did not keep a seat at the table or a castle near the capital or a title that let them overrule the men who would have to learn to govern without them. They gave it all away, entirely, and they left, because a thing you will not fully let go of is a thing that still owns you, and they had crossed 2 lifetimes to be owned by nothing. The leaving was not easy, because they did not go without saying goodbye, and goodbyes are the tax the living pay on love. Daenerys had a son, and that changed the shape of everything, because a queen may walk away from a throne, but a mother does not walk away from a childhood. Rhaego was 7 by then, silver-haired and Dothraki-eyed and utterly without fear, a boy who had grown up between 3 dragons and a whole realm's worship, and had somehow, under his mother's cold, clear love, come out of it kind. She would take him north. That had never been in question. But north, she had decided, was exactly where a child of her blood should be raised, among free people who would not bow to him, who would make him earn his supper and his welcome, who would teach him that he was no one's prince and everyone's equal, which was the one lesson no Targaryen child had ever been allowed to learn, and the lesson that might, at last, break the long curse of her house one small boy at a time. They said their farewells at Winterfell, in the yard where Jon had woken into his second life a lifetime ago. Ned Stark held his son a long time and said little, because Ned Stark had always said the most in silence, and when he let go he put his hand on Jon's cheek and said only, "You saved us all and you gave it all away, and I do not think there has ever been a man in this family who did both. Go and be happy, Jon. You've earned a life. Live it." Sansa embraced her brother with tears she did not hide and promised to rule the North well, and did. Bran, from his place beneath the tree, said, "I'll see you sometimes from up here," and tapped his temple and almost smiled, and it was the closest thing to a blessing a greenseer could give. And Arya, home from the sea for the parting, gripped Jon's forearm in the way of soldiers and said, "You always were the best of us, and the worst at admitting it," and was gone again before the tears could finish forming west toward her own horizon. Tyrion came north as far as the wall to see them off, because he could not quite believe until the last moment that they truly meant to hand him a world and vanish. "You understand this is madness," he told them at the gate. "You could rule for 50 years and be beloved. You could keep the dragons and keep the peace and keep a very comfortable castle. And instead you're going to go live in a snowdrift among people who bathe once a year and leave me, a Lannister, to teach 7 proud kingdoms how to govern themselves without murdering one another." He shook his head. "It's the most reckless, irresponsible, magnificent thing I've ever seen anyone do. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to be worthy of it. Damn you both for that." "You'll be worth it," Daenerys told him. "You always were. That was the tragedy of you the first time. This time it's the point." She kissed the top of his head, which no one had ever done and which undid him entirely. And then she and Jon turned and walked through the gate in the great ice, out of the realm they had saved and refused, into the wild white country beyond, with a silver-haired boy running ahead of them into the snow and 3 dragons wheeling far overhead. And they did not look back, because looking back was for people who had left something undone. And they had, at last, done everything. They went north, past Winterfell, past the wall, past the empty ruin of everything the game had ever built, into the true north, the wild lands beyond the edge of every map, where the free folk lived and the Game of Thrones had never reached and never would. Tormund met them at the wall with a grin and a skin of something that could strip paint, and led them out into the country past the end of the world. And there, among people who had never once knelt to a throne and never would, Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen stopped being a prince and a queen and became, at last, simply 2 people. The dragon stayed near them in that first year, wheeling over the far northern forests, and then, as the seasons turned, they ranged wider, wild and free and belonging to no one, guardians of nothing but the memory of what dragons were for, a deterrent held by no crown, exactly as she had promised. Sometimes, on clear nights, the 2 of them would see Drogon's black shape crossing the moon far to the north, hunting, alive, ungoverned, and Daenerys would watch him go with something on her face that had no name in any language, living or dead. They were not entirely whole. 2 lifetimes of grief do not wash off. Jon still woke some nights with his hand pressed to the place on his chest where the knives had gone in a world that no longer was, and Daenerys still flinched, sometimes, from a fire she had loved too much and feared too rightly. But they woke from those nights beside each other, and that was the entire difference. The whole of everything they had crossed the width of the world and the dark of death itself to win. They had been, each of them, the loneliest creature under the sky, in a life that ended in ash, and a life that ended in snow. And now, in this third gift of a life they had never been promised and had seized with both scarred hands, they were not lonely, and they were not monsters, and they were not on any throne, and they were free. There was a heart tree in the far north, in a grove the free folk held sacred, a great white weirwood with a red weeping face, and Jon and Daenerys came to stand before it once in the deep of a northern winter, because it was to a tree like this that each of them had been sent back in the dark past death and shown the other's face and given the impossible mercy of a second try. They did not know what had done it. They never had. The old gods, or the Red One, or the cold, indifferent turning of a world that had, for reasons of its own, decided it was not yet finished with the two of them. They stood before the red face in the falling snow, and they did not pray, because neither of them had ever been sure to whom, but they said out loud into the silence the only thing there was to say, which was, "Thank you, and we did it, and it is done." The tree wept its red sap as it always had and said nothing, as it always did, but the snow fell soft around them, and somewhere far above a dragon crossed the winter stars, and the two people who had burned the Game of Thrones down to slag and walked away from the ashes stood together in the last quiet north of the world, scarred and grieving and alive and free, and were, at last, at peace, in a way neither of them had known across 3 lifetimes. They had not broken the wheel by seizing it. That had always been the lie, the one that had killed them both, the belief that you could climb onto the thing that crushed people and steer it toward mercy. You could not. No one ever had. They had broken it in the end, the only way it could be broken, which was to refuse it, to melt its throne and give away its power and walk out of its hall and leave it with no one left willing to turn it. The wheel had needed them. That was its secret. It had always needed someone good enough and strong enough and wounded enough to climb on and believe. And the two of them, who were all 3 of those things twice over, had looked at it across 2 lifetimes of ash and snow, and had said together, where the other one could see it coming, "Number the snow fell." The tree wept. The dragon crossed the stars. And far to the south, in a hall in a city that had not burned, a great council of ordinary, argumentative, unglamorous, self-governing people bickered its way toward a duller and kinder world, under a black scar on the floor where a throne had been, and no one sat above them, and no one ever would again. Chapter 10 End.